As sim racers, we always want full focus. One single mistake might cost us the race. We're always improving our skills, our tactics, our consistency, being better than the competition. However, we sometimes forget to upgrade ourselves. That's why we created Q-Focus, an all-natural focus booster without caffeine. The formula is specifically designed to keep us calm and razor sharp during a race. My name is Alex. I'm a sim racer and the co-founder of the performance nutrition brand Callo. We want to empower sim racers to reach their full potential. Go to callo.com/simgrid to find out more.
Welcome back to continued coverage in the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Spa. Chapter 2 in the VCO World Cup here at the SimGrid has seen plenty of rain greet us as we enter the Ardennes. A tricky 24-hour race it has been. 8 completed so far. Obviously, we say goodbye to David Christie and Alex Goldschmidt. I'm Lewis McGlade, back in the booth and welcoming, of course, to the SimGrid and to the VCO World Cup, Ewan O'Leary, my trusty partner in crime. Hello.
Hello, good evening, Lewis, and good evening to everybody watching on at home as well. Yeah, I'm delighted to be here. It should be an absolutely, well, it is already a fantastic race, and it's only really getting wetter as well, which is going to spice things up even more. Yeah, we've got some fantastic battles going on. I've absolutely loved watching the race so far. It's just been non-stop action from start to finish, really. So, yeah, I can't wait to see how it's going to continue and develop on.
Yeah, 46 car grid that constantly sees battles up and down the order, and various issues for some have plagued things for others, and some drivers that have gone forwards have dropped back down. A little bit of a walkthrough as to what's happened towards the front of the field over the race so far, whilst we're keeping our eye on the battle of the BMW Team G2 esports car, and you've got Arnold behind. So a little bit of a close battle here for 16th position, as I think Arnold might be going for a move just as we come back. Might be a bit too much of a dive there for him. Either way, the front end of the field, it's been a bit of a chop and a change. Sidemax Motorworks, who had pole position from the start of the race, they were leading away and then were overtaken by the 164 GTW RR8G Academy car. They switched a couple of times, also through some slight different bits on strategy, but then after that first pit stop sequence, GTWR got involved in an incident with the Sidemax, the 211. Got involved in an incident with the 77 MRL sim racing car as it was going a lap down. Then the 211 received a penalty for it, and they've been marching their way back up towards the front ever since. They've had a couple of setbacks courtesy of other people, but they have been marching back forward, showing some incredible pace. They are currently in 3rd position, not too far realistically in the grand scheme of things in a 24-hour race, not too far off the back of the Lada Sport Roseneft team that's currently in second position, and then the GTWR squad that are leading the way as well. Been plenty of drama, speaking of GTWR and drama, our defending series champions and defending race winners here at the 24-hour of Spa. That one is down in now 19th position at Audi. They've had 2 drive-through penalties today, so there's been plenty of drama for them. Kind of the stuff that you really don't need to have in of course, 24-hour race, you can come back from them, Ewan, but drama you really don't need to have when points are on the table like this.
Yeah, certainly could do without them. And yeah, you mentioned there the points. It's not just on the table at the very end of the race. That's all well and good, being there at the end of the 24 hours. But you know, if you're not there after 6 hours, if you're not there after 12 hours, then you are going to have missed out on a significant haul of points in this race. And so that's really something you could do without if you're looking to defend a title like they are down there at the 157 crew. So yeah, not an ideal start to the race, but it's not all lost just yet. So. We'll have to see how they get on, really. It'll be interesting to see how they bounce back, because sometimes, you know, when you've got it all your own way at the front, like they did last season, really, I guess three wins out of 4 last year, they were really having it kind of their own way. So how are they going to respond to this kind of setback, which we've not really seen them in this situation in the World Cup before? So it'd be interesting to see how they develop from that and kind of seeing if they even come back a little bit stronger towards the end of the race, or if they kind of fade away into the background throughout this one and kind of get a bit demoralised by it. Hopefully that's not the case, but it can happen.
It's one of the factors here in the VCO World Cup. Of course, we've got success ballast. So from winning a race, you'll get 40 kilos, which, you know, you talk touring car racing where you get 75, I think it is these days in British touring cars. I don't fully remember. And you know, you get these various bits, whatever it is in DTM. 40 doesn't really sound like too much, but it makes, in a touring car race where you're driving around for 20 minutes, you know, you're going to drop backwards, but probably not too far. In this kind of stuff where you're racing for 24 hours on 40 kilos, it can be a bit difficult, and that's been the form factor for the 111 DV1 Triton Racing, who's down in 23rd after taking victory back at Bathurst. Arnold still not able to find his way through on Gregor Schill, and Schill, same, not able to find his way through on Baltzar. These two switched positions not too long ago. I think 77 got ahead of the 62, and the two basically switching around, but clearly Gregor Schill's got plenty of pace to keep on the back of Baltzar. There is Niels Nyox, team leader and manager of G2 Esports, along with plenty of other people behind the scenes watching things unfold. Got in behind the car after Arthur Cameras started the race. Arthur Cameras' pace was fine, but one thing that we're noticing, of course, in these wet conditions is some teams and some drivers are having very, very different tyre wear, and this was a car that really fell foul to that. Its tyres in the first couple of stints were pretty appalling, to be honest.
Yeah, it was not good, really, and just trying to recover from that at this point, really. But I was just kind of taken aback, really, about how massive the BMW and the Aston Martin look in comparison to the McLaren. Look, it just looks so much sleeker, and I find that every time I watch this McLaren, it just seems to get faster in a straight line for some reason. It's just really, really difficult to get through, at least from what I've seen anyway. But yeah, Arnold is really starting to apply the pressure to Gregor Schill right now. He's got in arguably the hardest situation he could possibly be in at this point, just trying to attack and defend at the same time, look every which direction, trying to look out front to make a move, size up a move on the McLaren, but also look in the mirrors to that Aston Martin, which is looking now to the outside of the bus stop, a lot more decisive than he was this time last lap. He goes round the outside through the first part, gets the inside for the second part, nicely done, and he's into 15th.
Yeah, Dorking community will be pretty chuffed about that. Nice move. Seen that one a couple of times as they come round once they've gone through La Source. A reminder for anyone just joining us as well, this was where they started the race, but it's not where the finish will be. The finish is in the standard spot just because they started the race at this point. Just a bit of a note, because I was getting confused on that a little bit earlier. So they've already started their next lap. But yeah, for the Dorking community, they are working their way forward. But it is important to note that Aston Martin is realistically, and you can tell on the standings, the favoured car. It really, really is. Although, since been away for the last 4 hours, it does appear that the advantages of that Aston Martin, especially when it dried up a little bit, we had some drivers going around on slicks not too long ago, it seems the advantage of that Aston Martin has faded a little bit. Now that the rain is coming in heavier and heavier, and the rain is expected to stay in this fairly heavy state, I would suspect that Aston Martin is going to get stronger as the race goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. Unless we, as you said there, we have a change in weather conditions. If it completely dries up, then, you know, what's going to happen here? Obviously, looking at the weather forecast in the top right-hand side of your screen right now, I don't think there's any danger of it completely drying up just for the moment. But you never know. Later on in the race, we could see a dry spell where the Aston Martins are, or any kind of set of conditions, really, where the Aston Martins are just not quite as good as they are right now. You can see the top 8, I think it is, sorry, top 7 are covered by Aston Martins, just an Audi infiltrating the 8th spot at the moment. But even if there is a massive change in conditions, with the time gap that is back to that Audi, the number 28 Audi at the moment, to Julian Beck, you know, it's nearly 4 minutes adrift of the leader. That's an awfully long gap. And I know there's 16 hours to go, but that's going to be very, very difficult to close, especially considering the standard of field we have here.
Yeah, it's an incredibly strong field in the VCO World Cup, one of the strongest that you'll find anywhere in sim racing, let alone Assetto Corsa Competizione. Our focus on the battle for 20th position between the 123 and the 995. The 995 has not had the best day, it must be said. Thursday for them, fantastic. I don't think you could ask for better. Ended up qualifying up in 5th spot. Did a fantastic effort for ambassadors of Rem Welton. The problem for them is that over the race, speaking of teams and drivers that have struggled a little bit on tyre wear, they were just unable to keep the pace in the tyre in the early stage of the race. A lot of this comes down to tyre pressures and stuff, and if you get it off by, to be honest, even a PSI or 2, right, if you get it off by a small margin, you just don't have pace.
Yeah, it's so critical around it. It's hard to stress how critical it is. We've seen a bit of a move down the inside at the moment for 20th place, and easily done there for the 995 team, getting up another position inside of the top 20. But yeah, you're right, it's so intricate getting it right, and it's so difficult to get it right. You know, it very easily gotten wrong here for any of these teams, and that's what we're talking about with the terms of these Aston Martins. You know, if they get it wrong in some kind of weather change that we're bound to have throughout the next 16 hours of this race, you know, there's bound to be a moment where somebody gets it wrong, and then you could lose a real heap of time in this race. So, you know, it's never over until it's over, and keeping your tyres in the right window is going to be absolutely critical for winning this race, because the time gaps are just too small right now for you to make those kind of mistakes.
Currently on board with the 38 Dalkin Community car that's got past Gregor Schill as we saw into the final chicane, now on the rear end of the 77 McLaren of Baltzar at the moment, the MRL sim racing car that's been in the wars a little bit today. So said a little bit earlier when there was an incident for our earlier race leaders, the Sidemax Motorworks car, and they made contact. They got a drive-through penalty. It was that car they made contact with. I couldn't quite believe it at the time, because it was like it was contact between the leader and a lapped car, and this car was running around these kind of positions, around sort of 15th, 16th, 17th, and I was like, it can't be a lapped car, surely not. And it was, because basically the status is at the moment, after 8 hours of racing, we have only 5 cars on the lead lap here. It's very, very spread out. We've got battles that have been very close. Speaking of which, there goes Arnold, not even worried before they got to the apex of Blanchimont, and way through. Clearly a fast car at the moment, and gets by Baltzar. But yeah, we've only got 5 cars on the lead lap, so as much as we're seeing all these battles, the field is spreading out.
But yeah, it's massively spreading out in this race, and only 5 cars on the lead lap is, you know, you think, okay, but it's at Spa. This is over 7 kilometre circuit. It's really, really long around here, and the lap times are incredibly long as well. But no, it just put it into perspective, really, about how big these time gaps are between all of these guys. You know, you only have to go down to 19th place, and you're finding people 2 laps down, and that's only after only 8 hours. Just think about, after 24 hours of racing, how many guys we're going to see and how many a lap down and how many numbers of lap downs some great cars are going to be in this race. It's just quite an astonishing pace, to be quite honest with you, being set at the front of the field by the 164 team currently leading this race, and all the other Aston Martins who are up the front of the field. Yeah, it's quite a remarkable situation at the front of the field, but bit of a spin further down for one of the Hondas. Can't be many of them on the field.
Just one.
Yeah, there is only one, so that narrows it down fairly quickly. Out of Eau Rouge, there are no small accidents, but it looks like they've remarkably gotten away with it there, Jonathan Bowen.
It's a shame for this team, the Elvis Grattan team squad. They were, as said, I mean, part of it is down to their car really matching Bathurst very nicely, having everything set up, and it's just not liking the wet weather that we've got here at Spa. But down under, this team were really a team that we were focused on very heavily. They had fantastic pace, and in that lone Honda, you know, it's a gamble, right? It's a risk to take a car like this. Sometimes it'll work, sometimes it won't. One thing that's not a gamble with it, if you're the only car, one of the ways that prize money works here in the VCO World Cup is that it's the highest of whatever the highest of each manufacturer is, gets $40. If you're the only Honda, that's easy bank across the season.
Yeah, well, if it's absolutely, you know, soul destroying to drive, then you might not do it, but it doesn't look too bad to me. Right. Although Jonathan Boivin, excuse me, at the moment doesn't seem to be going too well at the moment. But yeah, down in 35th, and as you say, had a really great Bathurst in the end. I think came 6th place in the end it was. Yeah, I was certainly looking forward to seeing how they would get on at Spa. I thought they would have a great run, but it doesn't seem that that's quite come to fruition so far. And obviously a spin around there doesn't seem to have helped the cause. Certainly, I mean, as I said a minute ago, these conditions are so tricky, and you're bound to have a big slide off into the barriers if you go off at Eau Rouge and Radion, which is where we think they went off. But it sounds like, although we didn't see it, they got away with a very lucky escape on that one, and they're able to continue without any damage, because yeah, that would have been a very big moment, and probably a fair amount of time in the pits.
Whilst they did well at Bathurst, it is important to note, you know, finishing up there in the order, you do get yourself a little bit of success ballast. They're carrying 24 kilos around the 24 hours of Spa, which I don't think is costing them as much as the car is necessarily. Clearly things just not working out for the squad, and 24 kilos certainly isn't helping the scenario. Here's a driver that you'll definitely know, Matteo Caruso, currently behind the wheel of the Jean Alesi Esports Academy Cup car in that BMW just ahead, as we're riding on board with Michele Cecchini for Racing ON3, a team that's had a couple of issues, most notably I think very early in the race, having a fairly large accident running up, I don't know if it was at Eau Rouge itself or whether it was just over the top at Radion, don't really remember myself, but either way, for the 666 car, not been an ideal scenario. Now on the attack though, to try and get by the Italian. I would say though that the pace on the BMW on the straights has been more than enough to try and keep any of these cars at bay.
Yeah, that's been immediately obvious as soon as this race has got underway, really, how good that BMW is in a straight line, and you've seen it once again, really. Cecchini just pulled out to the right-hand side, but absolutely no hope in hell of getting through on the inside there, as it looks like we're finally going to get a view as to what really happened to the Elvis Grattan team here at Eau Rouge. Coming up, it looks all pretty normal so far. Nobody around him at the moment. It just looks like a spin on his own. And that is quite a remarkable recovery, actually, just to the perfect 360. And he's been able to carry on remarkably. Nobody else was around him. Nobody else collected him. And he was able to just make a perfect pirouette, get round and get going again.
Yeah, it's where you really don't want someone right behind you following you at that point, because that is where you get an almighty crash, especially if they're, you know, like not right behind you, but a little bit behind. They come over the crest, there's you sideways. That is where an accident happens. I've seen that time and time again at this circuit. The blind crest does cause the odd issue, which from a racing perspective and from a challenging perspective is fantastic, as the 666 still trying to make a move as they run into Fania, the PIF and then the PAF, and then through Campus. Clearly that Ferrari is, or at least from what we're seeing here, does seem an awful lot better through that midpoint of the circuit, but by the time we get here, it will probably get a better drive, but I'd suspect that the M6 is just powerful enough to pull away.
Even in the slipstream, the Ferrari is making absolutely no impression on that BMW whatsoever, and the BMW is actually pulling away, something that I've not seen for a very long time, to be honest. Someone sat in the slipstream, dead in the slipstream with the car in front, just not able to do anything, as there was a lot of running wide from both of them. They're actually going through that corner, but they've both got through unscathed. And yeah, this is one of the most frustrating situations to be. You know, if you're Matteo Caruso right now, you're loving it, but Michele Chesney, is really hating it, to be honest. You know, because you can't use the strength going through the corners. You can't do that because there's a car in the way, but then when you get on the straight, there's just absolutely no way of barging your way through. So it's you feel like you're just banging your head against a brick wall for hour after hour when you're stuck behind someone like this. It can be incredibly frustrating. You just need to keep a cool head and realise that this is a long race and it will come to him. Eventually the opportunity will present itself. He's just got to be there for the potential mistake that Caruso might make, and when he does make it, he's got to pounce.
Was once given advice when it came to setup work. I don't know if this was just false advice for false advice sake, or whether it was something that was truly believed and then eventually was like, yeah, that ain't right. But one Mr. Peter Beljak, this was in 2014, so a very long time ago. For anyone who doesn't know who he is, FSR world champion and has won countless races elsewhere in sim racing, has won various championships in open wheelers, touring cars, etc. has really done quite a lot in his time in sim racing. And once gave me advice in an open wheeler, was like, he said I'd always take a higher downforce car than a lower downforce car, because in a higher downforce car, you're making the move into the corner, and there's more corners than there are straights. And I was like, get where you're coming from, but also no, like it's so much easier to pass them straight. If you've got a high downforce car, you're passing into the corner, mid corner, whatever. It's hard work. You've got to be on the very limit at all times. Whereas if you've got a low downforce setup, you just slipstream past them. It's fine. It's easy. It's easily done. Gioacchini though has to be a little bit careful, because you've got the Clash Aston Martin. That one that's just coming through screen there is closing in pretty quickly.
Yeah, and that Aston Martin is probably going to be better in a straight line than that Ferrari as well, so he really does have to be careful. But yeah, I mean, a high downforce setup is certainly nicer to drive with, there's no doubt about that. When you've got the grip in the corners, it is absolutely amazing. It feels amazing as well. However, it might not be the fastest way to go around, so dealing with a slightly lower downforce setup, slightly more straight line speed focused car maybe with the BMW that Matteo Caruso is fighting with at the moment is probably a better idea, in all honesty. And we've seen, even in the couple of minutes we've just been watching this fight, we saw through Blanchimont on the last lap, Matteo Caruso is fighting that car through there. He threw it across the curb, right out on the outside line, over the tarmac as well. But this is the kind of opportunity that Gioacchini needs to take advantage of. He got a good run out of the bus stop chicane. There's not a long straight going into La Source, so he was nearly there. He just a little bit further forward. He could have got alongside maybe of the BMW to have a sniff down the inside, but I think normally we'd say Le Combe is a great place to overtake, but I think for this Ferrari it's actually probably one of the worst on the whole circuit, because this long straight is just awful for the Ferrari, and there's just no way he's going to be close enough without a huge mistake.
I don't even think the Ferrari is one of the worst in Australia. And you see here, he's already not even trying to stay behind the slipstream, whether it's just to try and break slipstream of the Clash car behind, or just cool tyres on the wetter part of the road. Not 100% sure. Maybe they've not got the tyre pressures right, and he's already picking up that the tyres are overheating. Not 100% sure, but essentially, yeah, the best places for this Ferrari, from what we're seeing, to overtake. You've got potentially, if he was to get close enough and stay close enough through Les Combes out of Malmedy and then down to Rivage here. If not, realistically, if you're close enough out of Pouhon, then you can try and make a move into Fagnes. But then outside of that, you've got the start-finish straight, because the run through Blanchimont and towards the chicane is exactly the same as that run to Les Combes. It has the same issue, that the Ferrari just doesn't have the legs to catch that BMW.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is one of the things I find absolutely fascinating about the VCO World Cup, and also ACC in general. Just watching races on here, it's just the manufacturer battles, the strengths and the weaknesses between the different cars. I just find absolutely fascinating, and there's another inter-manufacturer battle going on here as well between Gregor Schill, who's been in the wars in the last 10 minutes we've been watching. He's already been in a couple of battles, and yeah, he's under fire once again from one of the Aston Martins just in behind the 154 car. So yeah, we'll see if he can hold him off for the moment. It looks like he's got just enough of a gap going through up Eau Rouge and over Radion right now onto the Kemmel Straight. That seems to be more than enough of a margin to hold on at least into Lecombe, but it does look like he's falling backwards because he was battling with Arnold not so long ago, and now he's 4 seconds adrift already.
I did wonder, I think I asked this question when we did Bathurst a good month and a bit ago, is that GTWR, and I was kind of almost a little bit critical of this because GTWR RHG Academy, they've got various cars, so they've got 5 cars in this, and that's one of them is the one that behind of Dondi. That is a GTWR car, as is Fefa, who's a fair way back, as Caruso and Cecchini once again battling. It looked pretty close there, looked like Cecchini was almost able to do something, but then once again that drag down the hill, the BMW pulls clear. But yeah, with GTWR, they've got 5 different cars, 6 including in split 2, and I'm pretty sure from memory it's 3 Aston Martins, 2 Ferraris and 1 Audi. As the Clash Aston Martin now right on the back of Cecchini and should be able to make that move once they hit the apex of, yeah, the Fry I think even lifted out of that. Don't even think he fought it. But yeah, GWR, they're spreading themselves quite thin now. If they're taking 3 different cars, I was critical of that, but clearly they're bagging on the fact that the Aston Martin, pretty handy right now.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, if they are spreading themselves so thin, spreading themselves across multiple different manufacturers around their teams that they are bringing to the VCO World Cup at the moment, it does give them an opportunity to try at least and win all of the races. I know that's obviously not going to happen this season already because they didn't win the first one, but it's very, very possible for them to actually be very, very competitive at all the circuits because, as we've mentioned, the strengths and the weaknesses of the different cars, how they're going to be faster at some circuits and slower at others, so they really might be able to do that. But I think it's just quite amazing the amount of resources that GTWR actually have and how they're so competitive across the board. There's one of their cars on our screens for a lot of the time that we're broadcasting one of these races. They get an awful lot of airtime purely because of the amount of numbers that they have. They even have a car in split 2 as well for us to all watch as well. So they've just got an incredible lineup of loads of different drivers. It's great to watch them go out there and race, and at least one of them are going to have a tilt at this championship. We can be absolutely sure of that.
I think last season they only had the 1 car, and then this season they've got plenty up and down the order. It's I think part of the reason why, and the future of that team is part of the reason why the R8G squad have joined forces with GTWR, and R8G being Roman Grosjean's esports outfit, and partially, at least when it started, R8G was effectively backed by AAA, and it was run with AAA drivers, and it still kind of is, I think, although that was quite a while ago. I'm not sure how the contracts lie on that, but I think it was AAA basically loaned out some drivers to R8G. R8G took them on properly, yada, 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 boring. We'll get past that, it's fine. But there's a reason why that squad, to basically make their way into competition on Assetto Corsa Competizione, it's why they would join forces with a squad that strong, and you won't find many squads stronger than GTWR.
No, absolutely not, as we've just seen by the way on the track map on the right hand side through Pouon there, the number 33 Zenith Esports car has just been for a spin. That's the Audi in 32nd place. I think it was just a quick spin. They look like they're going fine again now, but through Pouon, one of the very fastest corners. But fortunately these days there is some tarmac on the exit of that corner, so you can get away from it from time to time, and you can get away with it, as case in point here once again. Another GTWR R8G Academy car. This is apparently their 5th car in line, but currently in 15th with the Aston Martin. Throwing it across those curves once again. Lots of defending for the BMW to do, and it doesn't look like there's going to be any kind of move from the Aston Martin into the bus stop, but the darkness is really starting to fall across Spa-Francorchamps at the moment. You can see on this onboard camera that the headlights really starting to illuminate the road in front a lot more clearly than we've seen in the past. The rain is still falling, but as you can see in the top right hand side of your screen, in 30 minutes, well, less than 30 minutes now because it happened a little while ago, but the rain is going to lessen off ever so slightly, so we may well see a bit of a dry period coming up. There's a chance it may get dry finally after over 8 hours of rain.
Yeah, the issue that's been realistically throughout this race is obviously the rain's been constantly coming down. And even when it got lighter, the track temperature was quite warm. That's why we saw some drivers take to their slicks, because as much as it was raining a little bit, it was really, really hot. And so some drivers were still able to just jump on the slicks and make them work, because they could keep the temperature in the carcass of the tyre and actually still set some decent lap times as long as they were a bit careful about it. Whereas obviously the deeper we go into the night, the temperature drops. The temperature from when I left the broadcast 4 hours ago has dropped, I think, about 5 or 6 degrees. It was up in the 29s on track temperature. We're now at 23 degrees track temperature. So if the rain is to cease, is to completely stop, then it's still not going. It's not going to dry up as quickly as it did earlier. Getting a couple of notes coming through that the 101, the Silver Racing Team Eurowash, who we've seen, I think it was an enormous crash earlier. Again, one of the many going through Eau Rouge and up Radion, one of the many that went off there. They are going to retire from the race, which is a bit of a shame. And also the number 44 Revolution sim racing car that we saw perpendicular coming down the hill out of La Source, out of the first corner, down the hill. They were perpendicular to the race line on lap 3 or something and caused a bit of a crash after being spun out. They have received their final warning for track limits, which Eau Rouge at Blanchimont as well, it's so easy to exceed it, and race control, live race stewards here at the VCO World Cup, quick to jump on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Very monitoring it very, very closely. So you're not going to get away with anything, certainly around here. Got to be very, very careful, especially here, as you just mentioned, through Blanchimont, as Dondi now very, very close to the back of Schill, not quite able to go down the inside. It's one of those half-hearted lunges again, although a little bit deep for the BMW, and they've kind of just slowed themselves both down there. Lost nearly a second through that chicane there, but pulling to the left-hand side of the BMW, they both gain a position from Arnold in the pit lane, but Dondi's going to go down the inside into La Source. Is he going to make it work? Finally, though, they're pretty dead even, side by side into the corner, but Schill goes very, very wide, swings very, very wide through La Source. Whether he's trying to get a cutback down the hill and trying to go back at him into Le Com remains to be seen, but that did look fairly generous on the inside at turn 1.
Yeah, I think just basically playing with it that quite clearly Dondi is faster at the moment, and what's the point in risking things with still, nearly 2/3 of the race to go and over 12th position? It's simply not worth it at this point in the race. Might as well spread your chances out a little bit more, as our race leader Miato has come into the pit lane. We are in that pit stop sequence for some of the teams. I believe Miato in that 164 car was one of the teams that was pitting a little bit earlier than some of the other Aston Martins, so I would expect the Lada Sport Rosneft car it was the one that's been driven by Yigar Ognikov and that lot. They were going a lap or two longer on some stints, not on others, not on all of them, and effectively they'll be going quite a bit longer in this stint than the people they're battling for the race lead, so shouldn't be too bad for them.
Yeah, it just depends how this is going to kind of change out by the end of the race. We're always thinking about the end of the race, and some teams might even be, if you're brave enough, back time from this point. It would be very, very brave, and some would say stupid. But no, it's all about that when it kind of comes around to the end of the race. Is somebody going to have this kind of odd pit stop somewhere where you have to take a little bit of fuel? And especially at this circuit, that's something you really, really, really need to avoid, because it's a huge pit lane. We're using both for the Grand Prix pit lane and the Endurance pit lane on the other side of the paddock, so it's a really, really long drive through here, never mind actually making a pit stop as well. So if you can avoid a drive through by saving a little bit of fuel here and there, then you really, really, really need to do that. Because it's just going to cost you so much time, and with how close this field is, it's going to cost you 2 or 3 positions. So it just depends how these strategies are going to play out, and we're not going to know really for the next 15 hours and 40 minutes. That's the beauty of it. We're kind of in the dark until we get to that very final hour. Someone will end up pitting with 1 hour and 20 to go, and then we'll realise that they've messed up ever so slightly.
Yeah, reminder for those maybe just joining us now, maybe not understanding how things work, we have a 75-minute stint limit. So if you come in with 76 minutes left to go in the race, well, sorry, buddy. I know you might be able to save that fuel. You do have to come back in because you've got to go and grab yourself a little bit extra, because you can't have a 76-minute stint, as Cecchini is now once again on the attack on Caruso's BMW. I don't think he's going to be able to find his way around the outside there. Might be able to cut it back to the inside at Blanchimont, and potentially even heavier on the brakes into that final chicane. It's going to have to be a bit of a lunge from Cecchini. Caruso's covered off the inside. We've seen him move around the outside at the first part of this work a couple of times. This is not one of them. Maybe going to go for the double cutback, and the 666 I think is going to have to just hang on for now. Dive to the inside at La Source could be a potential, but Caruso also has that one covered.
He does indeed, and Cecchini heads to the outside line. Is this going to be a dive, or is it going to be a cutback once again? It looks like it's a dive. He knows that he's not going to get the straight line speed into Les Combes anyway, so he might as well try it around the outside, and he's done very well to give this a very good go. Down the hill they go, side by side towards Eau Rouge, but the BMW pulls in front. He takes that position away once again in this battle for 34th. It's a fantastic fight as well, with one of the Audis in the background. This is not a battle for position, by the way, with that Audi, so I wouldn't worry about him too much in terms of positions, but it may end up letting him through just to make sure that you don't get a penalty for holding someone on a faster lap up or anything like that. So Cecchini gave him a really good run for his money there, and it's fantastic to watch him try and wrestle that Ferrari past the BMW, but it's seeming like, to him, it would be seeming like a really thankless task at the moment, and he doesn't seem like he's getting anywhere with it.
Yeah, that Audi that came through, that is the 601 Esports Performance Racing team. Jules Sky behind the wheel at present, and potentially there might be a way to work your way past Caruso if you're so inclined through traffic. Cecchini might get a bit lucky with how things unfold in that scenario and potentially find his way through. Obviously have to wait and see on that one. Battles up and down the order as we focus on 14th spot. Axel Petit in the AAA Esports car, about to be dived by the ambassadors for Ren Welton 995, but no way through into the chicane. Aston versus Aston. A lot of the battles we've seen have been from different manufacturers. Now we're going to see the same one fight itself, and so unless different in downforce and whatnot and setup, you're effectively battling the same stuff, and you should know what you're battling. And for Axel Petit, wasn't hardly fought there into La Source, and basically just accepts the 15th spot.
I think he actually just misjudged a bit of a cutback there, because you can see him coming back at the Aston Martin in front of him as they go up Eau Rouge right now. And over Radion they go. It's going to be a slipstream for him, and maybe an opportunity into Les Combes, but I don't think he's quite got the run actually. I just think the way that car was behaving, it almost looked a little bit weird, the way that was kind of given to Marco Bischoff there in the 995. So I just think that was a little bit of a botched cutback from Axel Petit there. But anyway, 14th position for the 995, and he can set his sights just in front and not too much further in front either. There's a gap of a couple of seconds as we cycle a bit further down the field to some of the other battles that are going on, still involving Michele Cecchini, who cannot get through on Matteo Caruso. It's just impossible for him at the moment as we ride on board with the Lamborghini just watching on behind.
Yeah, we were looking at the battle a bit further up, 14th position with the ambassadors for Ren Welton. This one's the Ren Welton Pro team that started out the day working their way forward and have had a couple of issues from that point. Love the livery on this Lamborghini. It looks absolutely fantastic. Love a bit of light blue and orange, especially if you use black as well. Popular colours in sim racing these days. If you count for Logitech G Alta C Sports and then R8G as well, and plenty of other teams that run this kind of colour and this sort of combination, but still using it to great effect. And also, why not have different sides of the car on slight colours? What's it called when you have two different sides of the car, colour-wise?
Multicoloured?
No, I can't even remember. The word's gone past me. We're talking too long, so that's the issue. By the way, battle for third position. It'll come to me at one point. Battle for third position's getting close. Obviously, pit stop sequence coming into effect there, but Romagnoli is under a pretty large amount of pressure from Eric Neat behind. There might well be a swap, but Romagnoli, who's not long out of the pit lane certainly won't want that to delay his efforts.
No, certainly not, and getting caught up in a battle is a great way to do that, so he might want to just stay out of this. We'll wait and find out in the next few moments, although the pressure being put onto him right now by the 125 is not enormous. He's just kind of there watching on in from behind, and to be honest, Eric Neat might not want to get through at the moment. You know, he might just be happy to quite sit there and just to kind of bide his time a little bit. Romagnoli, by the way, got a cut track warning on the last couple of laps, so he could be in a little bit of trouble too much longer if he continues to do that, so he's going to have to watch that ever so slightly and not watch his mirrors too much, because it's very easy to do that, watch your mirrors and just go over the track limits or just make a mistake because you're watching the mirrors too much, and it can obviously lose you time as well, which is not what you need, and that's exactly what you were talking about there, Lewis. Doesn't want to be involved in this, because even having that car behind you makes you just wonder, it makes you worry and makes you look in your mirrors a little bit too much, and then you lose pace to those two in front.
Bit of a shout out, by the way, to Scott of Fusion Sim Racing in chat. So it's asymmetric. I was trying to think of that word for ages. Asymmetrical design, where you've got it different on one side than the other. It's a hard thing to pull off on some liveries. Some people can pull it off, some people most certainly cannot. I am not one that can. Benedetti, he was under pressure. Did not take long for that switch to happen, and Dondi gets his way through on the number 32. Reason why that move might have been pretty easy, that is one GTWR RHE Academy car against the other, so no real surprise to see Benedetti in that Ferrari almost allowing the Aston through without too much of a worry.
Yeah, there wasn't really much of an argument going on there, and so nor would you expect there to be, because of the fact that they are under the same umbrella, as it were, and so yeah, they'll be kind of running along happily together at the moment, and it looks like that Aston Martin's got a little bit of extra pace anyway, so even if they weren't on the same team, it will probably be sensible to do that anyway as we go on board with the 125 once again. Just shows the nose ever so slightly, maybe a bit of tyre cooling going on the right hand side as well, to where the slightly cooler water is, but there's a little bit of traffic up in front, a bright pink Audi, which is quite impressive, just in front of a slightly less bright pink Audi as well, so a bit of traffic to negotiate for these two Aston Martins, and Eric Neat might have this as his opportunity. He needs to try and get through, maybe follow through on what the Aston is doing in front, and maybe this will present the opportunity for him, because those two Audis are battling in front.
Yeah, I believe it's the WPS, one of the WPS Audis, and then you've naturally, of course, easily named Pink Performance, their Audi battling out just ahead of that podium fight. We're looking backwards. We were looking at one Jean Lacey Esports Academy car with their cup car, the BMW. We're now looking backwards from another one, this one being Pavlovsky in the Jean Lacey Esports Academy car, this one being the Ferrari Gyetvan, who was a bit higher up the grid, was battling on the fringes, I think potentially the top 15, top 10 earlier, now down in 22nd position in the big old Bentley. And if there is a car that I would suspect should be able to pass on the straight, it's more so the Bentley, because they are pretty sharp in a straight line.
Yeah, they are very sharp in a straight line, really, although it wasn't making that much of an impression on the Ferrari down towards Blanchimont there. We'll see if it's any different, maybe up towards Lecombe, or maybe if there's a dive at La Source, but he's too far back for that right now. This is all over 21st position, by the way, as there's a lot of pressure now starting to be applied, and that was a very good exit actually from the Bentley off of La Source, as there is some fighting going on a little bit further down. The Pink Performance car has been cleared now, and so there's a very busy portion of the racetrack going through the bus stop, but we're back to Eau Rouge, because look at the pressure now being put on by the Bentley. This is John Lacey Esports car, surely cannot defend this, going to try anyway though. It is Palowski, excuse me, down into Lecombe, and he's actually pulling away ever so slightly on the straights. A very, very quick Ferrari in a straight line. The Bentley not really able to make an impression, looks to the outside but no way through.
Yeah, as soon as that Bentley pulled out of the slipstream, basically just hit a wall. There is a crash at Radion. That one is the 77. That'll be Fleer that we're currently seeing from MRL Sim Racing. Clearly the classic sim racing response to a yellow flag is to keep it absolutely pinned. Also, The number 21, which was the WPS racing team, had a bit of an issue at the source as well. I think they went for a spin there. We did see quite a lot of drivers before you were a part of the broadcast. It was quite a bit earlier in the race. There was an incident that happened. Yellow flags were brought out, and there was warnings to a whole host of cars. I can read you out the numbers, but going through which teams are which will take a bit more effort. The 416, the 118, the 1, the 911, the 199, the 194 and the 25 all got warnings for ignoring yellow flags. Now, I get the feeling that race control, if they've already warned quite a few people about yellow flags, they're going to be a bit harsher on the next load that they come across.
Yeah, quite possibly. We know that they're going to be under investigation, or we've been told that they're going to be under investigation for it, but whether anything comes of it is another issue. But yeah, it's the classic response, really. That I don't know if I'd call it unhealthy in sim racing, but it is almost glorified, the fact that you press the throttle harder every time you see a yellow flag and just hope for the best, really. But yeah, it looks like that's maybe coming to an end, certainly in this race, because yeah, you do need to certainly take care when there is a car spun, especially at a corner like Radion, where it's just incredibly fast. I'm trying to look for the 77 out there on the track at the moment and see if they've actually got any damage, but I can't see any slower moving cars. And so I think they've gotten away without major damage in this race. They might have a little bit, but yeah, they've certainly gotten away without major damage. So yeah, a lucky escape for quite a lot of cars by the looks of things in the last few moments. And more pit stops coming up at the front of the field. Romagnoli is now leading, by the way, because the two leaders have been in. But Eric Neat is also joining them, and also another Aston Martin following him in.
Yeah, Romagnoli was the first of this lot to pit, running on some slightly shorter stints. Ubik Events Racing, Eric Neat, who's currently on screen, had joined us for an interview before it and said that they weren't specifically aiming for too much, but feel that they've got good pace, clearly showing that at the moment. And yeah, for them in that sense, I think they're running quite well at the moment, as we'll jump to a replay of the MRL squad. This is what happened at Eau Rouge, and we're going to see this spin. So it's just as we go up through the compression, rear end lets go. And this is when the yellow flags would have been waving. Can see completely blind and absolutely firing over the crest.
Yeah, that was very high speed stuff, and especially that first car. And one of the Porsches actually really had to slow down not a Porsche, sorry, it's an Aston Martin, had to really slow down there, because yeah, there was a car in the way. It went off the road slightly, but yeah, a lot of cars flying through there at quite a high rate of knots, to be honest, up through Radion. So yeah, we may well see something come of that from race control. We'll wait and see.
Indeed. I think we'll have a quick interview. We've got Nico Solman, who will be joining us here in the booth of WPS Racing Team, where, to be honest, at least from what I have seen, the day has not really gone so much to plan, so I won't be too harsh. But how are things going out for you out on track? Oh, maybe not. We'll see if have we got Nico Solman? Have we got a line?
Yes, no.
Ah, there we go. Hello. So talk us through how's things been going for you?
Yeah, I'm on car number 28. We started, I think, on P27, and our setup is really good. It works really good in hybrid conditions. Julian and Luca did a really nice triple stint each, so we fought up to P8 and had a little crash with our sister car right before the pit stop, but so far, yeah, really good.
We've seen a lot of drivers, particularly those that aren't driving Aston Martins, struggle with these conditions. You're saying the car balance is quite good. I wouldn't use a word like easy to drive, but is it just comfortable?
So far, I would say what my teammates said, it's really good to drive. We worked probably over 10 hours on the setup, so it's really good on the rain or dry, damp conditions. And also, so it's drivable on medium, heavy rain. So they said it's really good so far.
Are you hoping that it's going to dry out, or you said you've built the car towards this sort of mixed condition? Is there hope that it just stays wet?
Yeah, I think the car is really good for not a Aston on dry conditions. So I think with the setup we can do mid to high 18s with full tank on dry, and it's really good on wet. So I think we don't mind either dry or wet. It's good on both conditions.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. I will let you get back to the team, as it is a pretty intense moment for quite a lot out there as the sun is setting. Thank you for joining us, and best of luck to the WPS squad.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Right, so back to you. Ewan, to be honest, every time I look back at the screen, it does seem like it is getting darker and darker. The sun is setting pretty quickly here at the moment as we're watching this battle from the ambassadors of Ren Welton and Tobias Pfeffer in the 157 as they've switched positions for GTWR R8G Academy as well. And you can see their Axel Petit not too far behind.
Well, to be honest with you, Lewis, I'm surprised it's not gotten a bit darker a bit sooner, to be honest, because it's nearly 10 o'clock in game now, so I was expecting a little bit darker than this, but no, it's the conditions we've got at the moment. I mean, tricky conditions. I mean, I think some of these guys will be hoping that this dry period does come pretty soon, because driving in the darkness around Spa is difficult enough, and without the kind of difficulties of having the rain falling all at the same time, you know, some of these guys are really going to be praying that it goes away, but it doesn't look like it is going to anytime soon. It's just drizzling for the moment, and these damp conditions look like they're going to be with us for the next moments. But yeah, there's so many battles going on up and down the order. Every time we look at the screen, there is some fights going on, and as we see this iconic shot of the cars going up our roofs, this is just an absolutely magical shot to have at this time of night, isn't it?
Yeah, Mike Yao decided that it's a good time to start showing off with those camera angles. Our broadcast director will be working quite a long shift. I think he's going through the night, bless him, trying to get us some decent cameras, as a 24-hour race is a large production, a large commitment for anyone, not just the teams on circuit, but of course the drivers, of course the teams behind the broadcast as well as the drivers as well. It's a lot of people, and of course the fans. Look at this. Cheeky. We'll give him a name. Why would they all be looking at the cameraman?
Yeah, why are they not looking at the road? Why are they not? Anyway.
Also, that lady was out in a tank top.
All these people just want to be on. They just want to be on TV. They just want to be on TV. These people.
Terrible. Oh, I've seen people walking around town, t-shirt, shorts, raining. Like, no. I am not about that. It's still cold outside now. I'd want it to be 23 degrees.
Oh, yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you're from the north where it's always cold.
Shut up.
Okay, we are focused on the ambassadors for Ren Welton. After they've passed Tobias Pfeffer, have cleared off to quite a decent gap, as Axel Petit, who I said was closing in, has been in the pit lane. A few different teams into the pit lane, including Rocket Sim Sports. The GTWR Ferrari is also in the pit lane, as well as the AAA car that I have spoken about with Petit. So a few teams coming in a little bit off kilter. This is where the strategy is well all over the place, and it's very hard to read into. But some teams and some drivers, you were saying this earlier about working backwards on strategy and working out when you need to make your last pit stop, which is really, really crucial. Because if, say, for example, I know that my last pit stop, if I were to run it out for 74 minutes every single time, right, so as far as you can realistically go without taking too much of a risk, and then you do all the maths, and it turns out that your final pit stop's with 10 minutes to go, obviously I don't want that. Is there a way that I can save fuel? Maybe even turning up the mixed mode and burning a little bit more, and then accepting that, yes, we're going to have to come in one extra time, but trying to make that as less painful as possible. Like, that's where you start working out the numbers. That's where you need race engineers.
Yeah, but also, if you do have that little bit of fuel to burn, you need to back time it. You need to work it out so that you know that you have it and you can use that fuel to burn, because, you know, there might be a position just up the road in front of you that you can go and get if you turn the fuel up. But, you know, if you're just doing the same fuel mix all the time, then you're not going to be able to get there. So, you know, just knowing your fuel number is very, very useful, not only for the amount of pit stops that you have to make, but also for the kind of fuel mixes and whatever. So yeah, it's a very interesting conundrum for these guys to work on at the moment. But we're hearing a lot of track limits warnings in our ears at the moment. COD 21 is on its final warning now, and one more. I don't quite know what I believe it's a drive-through penalty, isn't it, for track limits going over the allowed limit of warnings, if you know what I mean, of track limit to get a drive through after your final warning. So 21 are going to be dancing on the knife's edge for the rest of the race now.
Yeah, 21, by the way, is the sister car that we're hearing about with Nico Solman, the WPS racing team. He was in the 28. It was their sister car, so the 21 that has received that warning. And yeah, if there's a circuit that you do not want a drive-through penalty at, it would be this one, as we were looking there at the Rocket Sim Sports car. We also caught a look at the BMW G2 eSports car, as there's been a switch of driver in that camp as Camera once again gets back behind the wheel. To be honest, over the first 8 hours of the race, and this is something which, you know, is kind of an important point for some teams, is that for the first, maybe they're busy the next day, maybe they've got like another race or something like that, but Camera's been in that car more than anyone else. Has been in that car an awfully long time. Pretty sure every other stint Camera has been back behind the wheel. Maybe he's got something else like tomorrow and maybe can't do it. Maybe he's just doing the day shift. It's one of those things and factors to work out in endurance racing, that if you've only got 3 or 4 drivers, you really need to balance them out, you know, basically securely over the race and comfortably over the race.
Yeah, absolutely. So as down the inside goes the Aston Martin of the number 38 team, but yeah, as you were saying, like, you need to kind of work it out and spread your resources evenly, if you like. But there's so much sim racing that goes on these days. So many different races that are on all at the same time these days. You know, never mind just endurance races, but you know, other kind of sprint series and even on different sims and also all kinds of different things going on all at the same time. So you know, sometimes you do a little bit of a stint here, and then you've got to go do something else, whether that's in real life or maybe another race that you've got to do, and then you come back here. So yeah, it does put a lot of strain on your drivers, but yeah, with a 3-driver team like the 62 car have got, it's going to be a very, very long night for all of these guys. Think about it, they're going to be doing roughly 8 hours of driving each. Maybe somebody's going to have to overstretch themselves a little bit and go a little bit longer if one of their drivers can't quite do as many hours. But yeah, it's a real. It's better than doing it with 2 drivers, that's for sure. But you know, one. It's well, a lot better than 1. But yeah, 3 drivers is still very much a challenge for these guys.
I know people. I mean, here you can't do it less, because there are certain driver limits in the way to stop them from basically doing it. At the moment, the max driver time, if you're in a 3-driver squad, is 600 minutes. If you're in a 4-driver squad, it's 450 minutes, the maximum amount, which translates to 8 stints and 6 stints respectively. So you do have those limitations, basically, to be honest, to look out for the health of everyone, because you don't want to be pushing it too far, because mental strain, etc., it can be a little bit taxing. But I do know some people, that the really insane one among us, that decide that they want to do a 12-hour race, a 24-hour race solo. No thank you, I will not do any of that at any point, but I do know people that do try. Why not?
That's mostly their explanation, isn't it? Just why not? About these, but these 2 cars are very, very well matched on their liveries, aren't they? Kind of nice black and green liveries going on at the moment for Carbon Simsport in the 720, and the 777 is Sim Racing Masterclass, who went very, very well at Bathurst, getting a 5th place by the end of the day. I'm afraid it doesn't look like it's going to be a top 5 for them at the moment. However, there's a long way to go, and they could still certainly salvage something from it. But Carbon Simsport easily getting through on Sim Racing Masterclass there. I'm just very pleased with how symmetrical almost their liveries are, even though they're on different teams.
Looks, I think it's a bit easier when it's this dark and you can't see, because yes, on the base livery that's being run on that 720, it's more of a purple, but obviously at this time it looks dark, it looks like a black. And so the black and green of the 777 Sim Racing Masterclass car, like you said, they did really, really well last time out. And the point of that, and the reason why that's important, is because, again, said it time and time again about various other teams, they've got success ballast. They have a decent amount of kilos. It's 25 kilos they've got on board. So they're running a Bentley, which is already quite a heavy car. And I guess if you're going to add weight to any car, add it to the Bentley, because it'll make less of a difference. But they are doing considerably better than, say, for example, the 111 car, which of course has maximum ballast on, but the difference between them 2 is only 15 kilos. You know, it's the 777 with 25 kilos and the 111 has 40. They're matching that weight really quite well, and they're on the cusp of potentially even closing in on a potential even a top 10 realistically, which from this kind of race I'd take in a heartbeat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's once you've got that kind of, once we've passed round one where nobody's got any weight on at all, it's very, very, it's kind of the damage limitation almost for those who actually have weight on. But I guess that is one of the reasons for selecting the Bentley, the fact that it's so heavy anyway, that adding any more weight is not actually damaging you that much. And also, in my experience anyway, it's a very, very consistent car in terms of the tracks that we go to. It's going to be good at all of them. I couldn't name a track personally where it's going to be the best car and there's going to be absolutely no two ways about it, like we've got here today with Aston Martin. Bentley's just not really going to see that. However, it's just going to be good, solid throughout the whole of the season. So that, for me, that makes it a very, very sensible choice for a season like this.
Just saw the 194 Racing Line Motorsport car, Getvin, who did get by the 777 as the 777 comes into the pit lane, did get by. Oh, and the 777, just as we say that, has actually just received a drive-through penalty. We'll catch out what that was for. We're assuming that is for stint limits, which the 75-minute limit, it is for stint time. That is mad.
By literally a second. You saw when it popped up there, it was literally 1 second. It was really quite close. They're going to be really, really disappointed with that, because they nearly timed it absolutely on the money, but they were just ever so slightly took it one lap too long. And if you think about a second over a stint, you could probably make that up if you tried really hard and you knew you had to do it. You could probably make that second up, but just going a little bit slower than maybe predicted, or I don't know how they've managed to do it, but that's going to be very, very disappointing for them. As we mentioned before, Spa is a really long pit lane. It's going to really hurt you around here. So that's something we don't see very often. People getting the maths wrong by a very, very small margin there.
Yeah, the thing is, though, I was saying this a little bit earlier when we had Angus Fender on the broadcast in the first 4 hours, because there was a couple of teams that were bringing, particularly on that second pit stop, they were taking it like right up to the very last, few seconds before the end of their stint timer, as we're seeing Fleer battling it out with Petit, and Petit coming out the stronger in all of that in that Aston Martin. The two battling it out for what is currently 20th spot, courtesy of various pit stops. Jordan Sherritt back behind the wheel of the GTWR Audi that's ahead of even them, just running down through Rivage now. They've also got the RSR car that's I think a couple of laps back on this pack, potentially ahead, but I'm pretty sure it is behind them by quite a bit, because it's had quite a lot of issues today, unless they've warped their way even further. But yeah, we were saying earlier that some of these teams that were getting it that close. Now you start the final lap, and let's say, for example, that at the moment they're all running around in the sort of 228s, 229s, right? And you cross the start-finish line or whatever, and you see that we've got 2 minutes and 30 to make this lap. You cannot make a single mistake. You cannot miss a braking zone. You cannot miss an apex. You have to absolutely nail the lap, and you have to ask yourself the question, is it worth it? Not really.
And the answer is no. Yeah, the answer is no, especially at this stage in the race. We've got over 15 hours to go, and missing out on one lap in terms of, you can save a lap of, if you're really that fuel limited, back timing, you can save a lap of fuel throughout the rest of this race. That's no problem. If that's the issue, if they wanted to stretch out as far as possible because they're trying to make a fuel number, getting that one lap of more of fuel is fine over the next 15 hours, that's fine. But getting a drive-through in this race is a lot more damaging, and they really didn't need to kind of push it that far, I'm afraid. But they went for it. I'm afraid it didn't quite pay off for them. And it could have just been a bit of traffic on that lap. They could have caught a bit of traffic, and it would have lost them the time that they needed. And as we said, they literally missed it by the smallest of margins. And so, that's going to really hurt them in the rest of this race, and hurt them a lot more than pitting a lap shorter would have, unfortunately.
Yeah, just pushing it a little bit too far. Whilst we were seeing all that running through, I did say a bit of an but The real reason was because we're watching this happen. These three cars that we've got on screen at the moment are separated by laps apiece. It's Bonker who's directly behind Fleer in that Audi. And then you've got Fleer in this, the MRL Sim Racing McLaren. And then coming through was Grabowski in the second place at the moment, Audi, the Lada Sport Roseneft Aston Martin, not an Audi, Aston Martin, which is a bit of a mouthful anyway to say Lada and then Aston Martin in the same bit. And it's not the first time that I've had to put Lada with other manufacturers and whatnot. But yeah, for them, that's one of the issues of Spa. When you've got multi-class racing like this where everyone's in the same class, you come up to the back of people, you've got blue flags waving and whatnot, and it can be difficult to get through without losing too much time. It's not the same as when you're in a P2 and you catch some GTEs and you can try and get your way through because you're the faster car and it's a bit easier to manage. In this scenario, it can just be a little bit tricky. You just trip over people a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very easy to do. You know, we've got 43 cars, I'm pretty sure it's still out there at the moment. We've got an awful lot, not many retirements whatsoever. That's a lot of cars. And you can just see from the track map on the right-hand side, there's so many cars out there at the moment. It's really entertaining for us. We're absolutely loving it in here. But, you know, these drivers, especially those at the front in the Aston Martins like Grabowski, as you were just saying, they're having to get through all of these cars all of the time. Some of them are like further towards the back of the field. 43rd place at the moment, the 43 Bentley, 8 laps down. You know, they're lapping these cars really quite quickly. So yeah, it's just, there's so much lappery going on. As we were saying earlier on, there's only 5 cars on the lead lap. 16th place is 2 laps down. There's so much lappery going on that it's just so easy to catch a car at any point around the lap. And it really does cost you a lot of time.
Looking backwards to Gietvin, we're on board with Machkovski, who's back behind the wheel of the 720 Carbon Sim Sport car. Pretty sure he's the driver that started the race, and same with Gietvin earlier as well. They're now fighting for 12th position. A fair way behind the Rocket Sim Sports number 22 McLaren. Ross McGregor behind the wheel of that. The Bentley looking to the inside, seems to be better on the brakes, but they close up to the apex, and the front end of it gets a bit more red under the brake lights of the McLaren 720 we're riding on board with, but just not close enough. The Aston Martin behind this is also on a completely different lap to all of that. Did see that the 777 has been in to serve its drive-through penalty. Mooney's now behind the wheel of that car. Yeah, been in to serve that drive-through penalty for the exceeding of stint limits. And to be fair, over the first sort of, bit of a snap there from the Bentley as he ran up onto the curb. Over the first sort of 8, nearly 9 hours complete of this race, we've not seen many fall foul to the stint limit, and we don't think we saw anyone fall foul to it back at Bathurst as well. So potentially the first, maybe in the early digits anyway, this season of drivers hitting that limit. And to be fair, I don't think you'll see many hit it across the season.
Yeah, as I said at the time, it's very rare to see it, and because, you know, as we were saying earlier, these guys will have engineers, strategists, to figure these things out. You know, you're not in the car figuring out, you know, trying to do the maths on the fly. You know, I've got 2 minutes left. Have I got? As there is a crash with the 666 at Radion, I'm afraid has collected another victim. So hopefully they've got away with that one. But it's only, we can only see so many Radion crashes here in our stint, Lewis, before we actually see someone have a properly big accident through there. It looks like, from the look of the car at the very least, it looks okay. So it might be okay, or it might not. We'll try and get a replay in the next few moments, but we think that they've not quite been as lucky as the couple of cars we've seen in the last hour who have gone off in that particular zone and remarkably have come out completely unscathed.
It's easy to, like I say, it's so easy to do. Every time you commentate on a wet race at Spa, Spa's a great circuit, and I love it. And I love a wet Spa as well, same as everyone else. But there is a point in an endurance race where it can become exceptionally frustrating, as the difficulty of going through the compression at Eau Rouge and up over Radion so difficult, as we're seeing Petit battling it out with last season's champions Jordan Sherritt behind the wheel of the GTWR R8G Academy car in 19th position. Sherritt trying to work his way forward. They had issues back at Bathurst, still got themselves onto the podium. They've had issues today, but they've got 35 kilos on board, and I still argue they're, despite the 2 drive-through penalties that they've had, which you could argue being a bit unnecessary, they're still in a fairly decent spot. And knowing their pace and knowing that squad, I wouldn't be shocked to go to sleep, to wake up at 6-7 o'clock in the morning and see them up inside the top 10. They are that strong and that determined as a squad. Let's take a look at what happened to the 666 Racing ON3 all by himself, as we are being told. Just another one. It's so easy to do. Guarantee it's on the compression as well. There we go. Overcorrected it. Oh!
Ouch. That's a bigger accident than we've seen so far in the last hour, I'm afraid. And they're not going to quite get away with that as readily as the other two did, I'm afraid. So good job getting away well there, by the way, not causing a complete catastrophe for everybody. So very safe rejoin, but I'm afraid the damage was already done. And it's just another one of those. I'm kind of surprised that we've not seen one of those where they've come into contact with somebody else, because we have seen a couple of battles going down into Eau Rouge now where there very could have easily been a little bit of contact, and a car could have got spun around in that kind of manner, but they haven't been in these car-to-car battles really. They've been completely on self-induced almost, these particular incidents that these guys are having at Eau Rouge and Radion, so it's somewhat strange to see, but it was only a matter of time before people would stop getting away with it, and I'm afraid that Ferrari is the first one we've seen in the last hour in part 2 of our coverage of the 24 Hours of Spa. It has hit the wall pretty hard and probably going to be in the pits in not too long.
Yeah, thankfully with the damage repair in Assetto Corsa Competizione, he probably won't be in the pit lane for that long. It's a bit like it's not too harsh in the pit lane. It's a bit like redeeming, and it's fine. You don't worry about it. Just come in, just get a little quick repair, get back out on track. You'll be fine. But then you do have to come through pit lane, which is a penalty in itself. So all things considered, probably lose a lot of time, maybe even a lap, especially when crawling back round to the pit lane. So not ideal. Plenty of battles, though, happening on the track at the moment. You've got Benedetti in 16th place with Arthur Camara directly behind. You had that battle that we were looking at, Jordan Sherritt versus Axel Petit. Here is Arthur Camara back on the attack in that BMW. You've got Machkovsky as well with Yetvan directly behind. You've got Ross McGregor now on the attack to get inside the top 10 on the back of the number 28 WPS racing team that we were chatting to a little bit earlier. So a lot of drivers on the attack heading into the night sequence, and kind of that natural thing. It works for some, it doesn't for others. We talk about this every time we have an endurance race that we head into the night, but it is a point that is justified talking about, that some drivers love it when it's dark. They match really, really well to the lack of visibility. Other drivers can't stand it.
They come absolutely alive, some people, don't they, in these kind of conditions, especially in the rain as well. Some people are just happy when everybody else is going to be pretty miserable about this. The prospect of driving in the night, in the rain, for some people is absolute hell. So for others, they'll be thinking that and be thinking, that's great, because everybody else is going to be completely miserable. And so, I can take advantage of that. And so, you're right, some people really do begin to come alive in these particular conditions. Have had another retirement, by the way. I think that was the 44 Revolution Sim racing car that have been retired from this race. So that's our 5th retirement so far, and we are down to 43 runners.
Yeah, just a couple of things as we're heading into the night of some drivers losing a little bit of focus. Had it pop up on your screen there. You might be asking, what is Calo? It's premium focus boosting food supplement. There's no caffeine, so no jitters, nervousness or anxiety, unlike plenty of caffeinated energy drinks. It's been developed and produced in Belgium using natural ingredients, and is for some people, especially in the modern day, good thing that it's vegan friendly, and it helps with mental performance in the short term and the long term. So certainly something that would help in the night conditions. So you can get yourself, it's in the description below, get yourself 15% off of your order by heading to the link on screen. Of course, as well, joining us for this round, ExpressVPN, be a part of one of the world's largest premium VPN services, access to the internet safely and securely at high speed, with best-in-class encryption and reliable service across the world, connecting to locations from 94 countries across the planet, free of geo-restrictions. You can get 3 months off your purchase when you purchase 12 months by clicking the link on on the description. It is way down there, so you can get on there. And of course, the other sponsors that we have joining us through the season, we've got AK Informatica, we've got Thrustmaster as well, the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Spa, and Coach Dave Academy as well for all your sim racing setups on Assetto, Corsa, Competizione, and plenty of coaching needs as well. And then of course VCO, really championing the future of sim racing and pushing us forward with plenty of series up and coming, and obviously the continuation of the VCO World Cup here at the Sim Grid. Our focus once again on that battle for 16th place. Benedetti still able to keep the BMW of Arthur Camara at bay. I'm quite happy looking at this battle because there's no Aston Martins, it's fine. We've got a Ferrari taking on a BMW.
They're all up the road. That's why Francesco Dondi and Van Omen there in the 38, just a few seconds up the road. You might be able to see their tail lights just in the distance as we ride on board with the BMW at the moment. I'm somewhat surprised that the 62 isn't really able to make an impression on the Ferrari, because we saw the way Matteo Caruso was defending from, I forget who was driving at the time now, but one of the Ferraris a little bit further down the field. You know, now that the roles are reversed, it seems that the Ferrari is able to do a pretty good job at holding off. Let's not forget that this is the GTWR Ferrari, where, you know, it might be a little bit better, it might be a little bit faster, slippier in a straight line, quite possibly. We just don't know really. For the moment, Arthur Camara is just finding things a little bit difficult to get through at the moment. It's all over 16th place, and it's all very close in this midfield battle. I guess if you want to discount the Aston Martins, who are in the top 9 right now, this is through solid top 5 position out of those who are not in Aston Martins.
Yeah, for the $40 bonus to the drivers that are the highest of a certain manufacturer, I'd not want to be in an Aston Martin. Being told that the entire grid, and we did get one in the first 4 hours of the race, the entire grid has been given a warning for track limit excursions at Radion. That was the same place they were given it earlier in the race. So race control once again taking a look at how some of the drivers have been pushing in these extremely wet conditions, and you kind of there's another one. There we go.
That, yeah.
Speaking of some Benedetti, way over, I think quite clearly lifted out quite a bit, but this might well cost him a position as Arthur Camara is going to try and get to the outside of Lecom. We've seen this move work a couple of times. We've seen it fail on more occasions, though, and the BMW is going to try and go around the outside. There's a bit of contact. It's got the inside for the second part. It's going to be the outside for Malmedy, though, as they start to run down the hill. Arthur Camara is not going to be able to make that one stick on the GTWR Ferrari, potentially to the inside of Ravage, but no way through. Maybe a full send, but back out of it. That was an enormous cut, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Final warning for Benedetti in the number 32 GTWR Ferrari. So, yeah, they're going to be in big trouble if they do it again there. So, yeah, it's just quite a strange situation, really, because I've not seen it for a very long time. There's everybody getting a track limit warning. I mean, it tells to me at least that everybody's just taking the mick with it, especially at the top of Radion, and we've seen that throughout the last few moments. And to be fair, Benedetti ran it over the corner exactly as we mentioned that on the stream here, and he got a good run because of it onto the Kemmel Straight. You know, had he taken the corner properly, would he have defended from the 62 BMW on that occasion? I'm not so sure really. It was close anyway, but I feel like the margins were so fine that the BMW might have got through if Benedetti had actually stayed within the track limits on that one. So, you know, that's the kind of thing that race control are trying to eliminate, really, the jumping across the corner to defend positions and all that kind of thing. It's been live stewarded, as you know, and yeah, it's just difficult to keep control of, especially at a circuit like this, which used to be lined with grass and gravel, but these days it's just been completely tarmacked over. And so it does make it a bit of a hard job to police.
It's kind of what we've spoke about, some of the drivers and teams that want the circuit to dry up and you know, potentially push it more towards their car. I think there's one group of people that will want this circuit to dry up, and that would be race control, because if it were to dry up, then the game takes over control of track limits once again, and then people won't be able to push it too far. At the moment, in the wet conditions with how things are, game's a little bit more lax, and then basically race control takes over, and they're the ones that adjudicate the track limit excursions, because obviously in slippy conditions it's easy to have running wide a little bit here, a little bit there, whereas what we're seeing is a few drivers are just pushing it a little bit too far as we're riding on board with Racing Line Motorsports. Bentley, the 194 running down the hill, once again seeing this time Arthur Camera should be through on Benedetti. He's got the inside into Les Combes, and speaking of cuts, that was quite far over the inside curb, if I'm not mistaken, and now receiving a bit of a bump and a bit of Morse code from the Ferrari behind.
He's finally gotten through though, and he's going to be very, very pleased with that one, really. I mean, certainly one of my picks to do very, very well in this season as a whole. When it started all those months ago at Bathurst, it seems like a long time ago, but didn't do very well in the first race, I'm afraid. Only 16th position through Bathurst, and it's looking like a similar result for them so far in this one. So they're going to want to get up the order a little bit further, and they've at least got one more position over Benedetti at the moment. Yeah, track limits are going to be a big talking point for us throughout the rest of the race. It's not really going to go away, is it, for at any point? Unfortunately, it's just going to be one of these things that drivers have to stay away from as much as possible. That was a little bit on the limit as well through the curb pull for the Racing Line Motorsport 194, which we're riding on board with at the moment. The Bentley trying to get through on the McLaren, but not really having the straight line speed to do so into Blanchimont. They go through the corner right now. The McLaren running it over the curb ever so slightly. Is there going to be a dive at the bus stop chicane? Yes, there is. There's not much space to go down there, but he's gone for it anyway. Side by side between the two of them at the bus stop chicane. Absolutely level as they come out the corner. Bit more contact as the McLaren shoves out the Bentley, and it prevails for the moment, but this battle is only going to get more heated from now on.
Lights flashing from Gietvan. I mean, I'm going to say one thing from Maćkovski. It is brave. If a Bentley is diving you like that, he held the Bentley there, and the Bentley, it's well known, big car, big Bentley. It's a bit of a bully on the circuit. You can I don't want to say you can push people around it, because you can't push people around because it's against the rules, but you can muscle your way through. It takes a braver man than me to try and muscle that Bentley out into the apex of the corner at the final chicane, but Maćkovski doesn't really care. This time though, the straight line speed from the 194 seems to be enough. He's going to try and hang it around the outside in the McLaren, but not going to work. The Bentley comes out in front in this scenario, so finally Gietvan gets to the head of the McLaren. That was pretty tight stuff, but yeah, brave to bully a car that big.
Yeah, absolutely. It was fantastic defending, though, I think, anyway, from Maćkovski. Slightly aggressive, no doubt about that, but very, very entertaining for us. So, yeah, I certainly enjoyed that, although the 194 is now in front and fairly comfortably so. Going to probably run away a little bit at this point as well. In the position it is in the 11th place, knocking on the door of a top 10 right now for those guys. So maybe they'll try and chase down Ross McGregor just in front to try and achieve that. But we've gone back a little bit further to AAA Esports in the Aston Martin, who were, if we're talking about this kind of race kind of being almost championship defining, you could say, given how fast the Aston Martins actually are. AAA Esports did the best of the Aston Martins throughout the last race at Bathurst. They came 8th. Managed to get themselves 44 points, which would put them 36 off of the championship leaders. However, they're not doing that great in terms of where all the other Aston Martins are. They're covering the top 8 at the moment, but AAA Esports aren't there, and that's really puzzling me, to be honest. I don't quite know how they've managed that. And I think, personally, they're going to be very, very disappointed with how this has gone, because this is a circuit where they really need, and these conditions, they really need to take advantage of it, because the Aston Martin is just fantastic around here, but they're not taking advantage of it right now, and it's really going to put a dent in their championship chances, in my opinion, if they don't really get up the order in the final part of this race to take advantage of it.
Yeah, those that might be a little bit kinder to AAA Esports will say, well, they are the heaviest Aston Martin, yada, yada, yada. I get that. They've got 22 kilos on board. They are the heaviest Aston Martin. But it's not as if they are the only Aston Martin with success ballast. Driver that's second on the road have success ballast, being the Lada Sport Rosenef team. They've got 10 kilos. 10 kilos that was the tightest battle that we saw at Bathurst across the line, and it was to see who could finish 16th. And the reason why I say 16th and not 15th, which is the final position for the success ballast, was because they were both, them and G2 Esports, were desperate not to finish 15th and not to get away. Clearly the 10 kilos is not holding them back, but the 22 kilos that's on board this car is clearly causing some sort of issues. They've just not gelled with this circuit. And again, I've seen this time and time again. This is I've seen this in motorsport. I've seen this elsewhere. I mean, I had it in DTM, and I can't remember who it was with. I think it might have been even Kubica or something in DTM. Wet weather conditions. I think it might have been at Misano, and he was really, whoever it was anyway, was really slow in the race, and really shouldn't have been. Should have been fine. Should have been right up there on pace anyway. Turns out they got the pressures wrong, and it was only by like 1 or 2 psi, 1 or 2 little bits of air basically, that it made the car almost undrivable. And that's what I kind of wonder with this, is that if you've got your tyre pressures wrong in these kind of conditions, where in the dry it would affect you a fair amount. In these conditions, if you get them like 2 over 2 under, just a little bit, either way, I mean, that can be really bad in these kind of conditions. It's something that just snowballs.
Yeah, exactly, and we've talked about it before, how important it is, how fine the margins are almost, that you have to really take care with this kind of thing, just to make sure that you get it right. And it makes a 24-hour race win even more of an achievement, I think, because you've got to see and go through so many track changes. The track temperature, the air temperature, it goes up and down all day long, and the track conditions, especially in this particular race, it's raining. We're hoping that there's going to be a bit of a dry spell later on. Whoever wins this race, I think, is going to have even more of an achievement as just your standard 24-hour race that you might see elsewhere, because you've got to nail every single track condition that presents itself around you on here. We've seen how the different track conditions can change the order around a whole lot, so we'll just wait and see really about who's going to nail it, but whoever does is going to have to absolutely get it spot on at all times, because otherwise there's going to be a load of cars ready to kind of pounce on any kind of mistakes that you make in that field. I can't wait to see the next kind of change of conditions, to see who gets it right, who gets it wrong, and the next shuffle of the order.
Yeah, whilst the conditions are wet and slippery, I'm pretty sure the Mercedes that's directly ahead of the 601, Kauppinen, that is the grip hacks car, which I'm assuming that they would hope in this scenario they had grip hacks, although most certainly do not. Everything's all running above board. It's fine. Great team name, and I do like the colours. I like the. I've always liked the sort of. If you're back in the day, if your TV didn't work, whatever, or like the signal went, and it's not the static, it's the colours, where it goes from one side to the other. I always like that, so that's what's being run at the moment on the roof of that car anyway. You can see it on various bits. Looks great in my opinion, a bit of a fan, but running down in 27th position in that Merc, not ideal. The Audi, the 601 that's currently on the screen, the esports performance racing team that we've seen march its way back forward ever so slightly from earlier issues. Some teams having issues, some teams started with them, some teams continue with them. One team that's continuing with them, the number 43 Logitech G Altus Esports, a team known in sim racing across sim racing as a whole, various other platforms, not matching well to the race that we've had either at Bathurst or here. They've qualified in last position in both sessions, and the race doesn't seem to be getting better. Drive-through penalty for constant excursions of track limit. 601 gets past the 11. Fairly easy move there from the Audi on the Mercedes.
Yeah, it wasn't too much of an argument at that point, seemingly just at different points in the stint, different points of their race really, and so things have not really any point in fighting over that kind of position. But yeah, I have to agree with you, it's a fantastic livery on that 601 car. Really like that kind of, I don't know if I call it's not fluorescent blue, because that's not really a thing, but it's a very nice colour and a very nice combination on that car at the moment. It's one of those love it or hate it liveries, I think, but certainly I do enjoy it. As a 15-second time penalty at the moment applied to the number 9 Lamborghini. Can't tell you why right now, but we'll get to the bottom of it for you and figure it out, because obviously that's going to hurt them a little bit in this race. And so they are 54 seconds behind the car in front, and they've got the number 1 car not too far behind them, but they're going to be set back a little bit by that penalty.
Yeah, there you go, just appearing on screen there. You can see why the number 9 just got that 15-second time penalty. Lap 206. God, we've been through that many laps already. Oh, been flying through. 15-second time penalty to car 9 for aggressive driving on the 787. 787 being the Jean Lacey Esports Academy Cup car. That is the BMW that Hendrickson is currently piloting down as he's trying to attack. The 416 Elvis Grattan car that we've seen had a couple of issues early. Another crash we're hearing at Radion, so another one to chalk up to the main list as the rain comes down here at Spa. So continued issues for some drivers, and I think they've got going, but I'm going to say there's probably some damage on whoever it was. Hearing that both cars have got going. It was the 911 GTRC Endurance team that apparently has a fair amount of damage. That's what we've currently got on screen. And we've got the 123. That one is the FFS Racing. That's another Aston Martin that's on slightly different laps, clearly coming together. Yeah, you remember how early you said, "Oh, it's all right," because that car's crashed there, and they've not bounced back onto the racetrack, and there's not been a second car involved. I get the feeling that we've just seen one of those.
Yeah, quite possibly. We'll try and get a replay of that for you to show to you in the next couple of moments. But the 32 GTWR Academy team have just been off the road as well. Puan, by the way. So I believe that was the 32 anyway, causing a bit of a yellow flag. So a couple of pretty big moments in terms of this race in the last few moments. Yeah, you say that we're already through 206 laps. Like that's a lot. I don't think we're going to be getting through anywhere near the amount of laps that we did last year. Because of the weather conditions this year, although I don't know how it rained last year, if it did at all. It may not have done. But 603 laps were completed last year, and it was an Audi 1-2, something that we're not going to see this year by any stretch of the imagination. And we're not going to see a new kind of record in terms of the number of laps. We may see a closer winning margin, though, because it was over 2 minutes, the winning margin last year. And so we could, at the moment, things are pointing towards a very good finish and a very close finish as well as we look at the incident at Radion.
Yeah, the Lala Sport Rosenf team seemed to be holding station, if not closing in a little bit. It was actually a second they closed in on the last lap. Let's take a look at what happened to the 911. So up and over, Radion gets hit maybe from behind. Oh, where did this happen? That's the AAA car. Oh, no, it wasn't there. Unless it happens a bit further down. I don't think it did. Either way, we're okay. So clearly wasn't that one. So no panic there. Either way, they seem fine, at least in that instance. But yeah, as I was saying, the Lala Sport Rosenf team, they closed in a second on our race leader on the previous lap. So seeming to go a little bit better as the conditions continue. GTWR still leading the way on the road. Let's take a second attempt at this replay as we run down the hill and see what happened to the 911.
Yeah, let's try again and try and see up the hill right now. Little bit wider and to go for a spin. I think yeah, you're right. Oh, the Aston Martin gets into the back of the Porsche, and I think that's quite a miraculous. That could have been a whole lot worse because there was a car not too far behind the Aston Martin second in line there, and so the number one Porsche's very lucky to get away with only just one car hitting it and not making any contact with the barriers, and the Aston Martin is very lucky to have kept things going on the straight and narrow as well. So I think despite the circumstances, it would have been a little bit of a squeaky moment for everybody. I think that they're going to be pretty pleased that they only got away with that amount of damage, and it's clearly not holding them back too much because the number one team of Cody Pride staying out there for the moment.
I feel like I'm going to be dropping you in it a little bit, but it's the 911 Porsche, this one. Every time on my broadcast with you, I do this. I drop you in it somehow. Well, it's terrible.
If I stop making mistakes, then you don't have to do it. But
the 1, 2, 3 makes contact as they go up and over the crest. Clearly unavoidable. Love the face, by the way, just creeping up over the number. And yeah, I'm a little bit mean. I can't remember what it was about David Christie who said in the Best of British. I think it was something about the McLarens at Donington aren't going to do very well. And then they got like a 1, 2, 3, 4. So I felt really bad. But yeah, it wasn't an ideal scenario. Either way, speaking of one Porsche to another, we will focus on the number one, which isn't being held back regardless. Closing in on the Lamborghini, the number 9 of the Ren Walton Pro squad that hasn't really had a great race. and obviously picked up an extra 15-second time penalty after contact with the Jean Lacey Esports Academy Cup car. Although that said, I'd take a 15-second time penalty addition to my pit stop rather than a drive-through penalty. Solid no out of 10 for that.
Yeah, I can't remember what it is that you lose. I think it's about 35 seconds you lose with a drive-through around here, maybe more. Yeah, you could be right. Yeah, it's just an awfully long pit lane, isn't it? Really, and you just want to avoid it at all costs. So 15-second time penalty is probably half as bad, which is a good thing certainly. But the number one now really applying the pressure to the 9 Lamborghini, trying to go round the outside through the right-hander here at the chicane, but not able to get through for the moment. Good defending at the moment from the Lamborghini to stay in front for now in this asymmetric livery, as we figured out over the last hours. It is a very nice livery as well, but Cody Pride would rather see it in his rearview mirror at the moment, trying to get through into Blanchimont. There go. He gave it. He put a bit of pressure on him into the bus stop chicane last lap, and he doesn't quite look close enough to do anything this lap either.
No, we said it before earlier in the broadcast, I do really like the PPR esports car as well, the black and gold, the shiny gold as a nice highlight. We do have an interview, by the way, waiting to be thrown in here, which I always feel bad when I interview someone from Rocket Sim Sport, because I feel there's a little bit of bias, but we do have Jack McIntyre in the booth, who qualifying on Thursday did not go great, was a little bit down the order. Race though seems to be going a lot better, up to 9th position at present, running a little bit on a different strategy. Talk us through your stints, talk us through the difficult conditions, Jack.
Hi everyone. It's been tricky. Quali didn't go well, as you say, although we were only half a second off the pace of the guys at the front. It was, that's enough to put us all the way back in 27s. It's just how competitive this is. So we knew we always seem to pull out the bag in the races. I think we have a lot of good strategy ideas, and the team around us really help with that. So going positive so far. The weather's been super hard to predict, and I think apart from maybe one call, we've got it pretty much bang on every time. So I think that's where our P9s come from, as well as just some really good drives from everyone so far. So going.
Seeing the wet weather out there that's been quite difficult, what way are you hoping the weather's going to go?
I don't want to reveal too much strategy. Not too sure. I mean, I think we're reasonably prepared either way. Personally, I quite like it in the wet, so I wouldn't mind it wouldn't mind if it stayed raining for a little bit. I will be jumping in the car soon when Ross has done this stint. So hopefully it stays nice and consistently wet for there, and we aren't left between tyres halfway through.
Considering the advantage that we've seen from the Aston Martins, they're very much favourable to the circuit. You've worked your way forward to now be the lead McLaren. Is there hope that you can start challenging some of those Aston Martins a little bit? Because the pace seems to be good, particularly towards the end of a stint.
I hope so. They're really quick, like you say. So it's going to be tough to challenge them on pace. I think we just need to rely on our strategy and make some bold calls and go from there. But yeah, the intention is to hopefully try and pick a few of them off before the end.
Final question then before we let you go and get back to the team. We've seen a lot of teams, a lot of cars have various issues around the circuit, obviously in these tricky conditions. Less Aston Martins. We've seen quite a lot of Audis, we've seen quite a lot of Ferraris and whatnot that have had issues. How's the balance on the McLaren? Is it fairly stable?
We've got it set up quite safe. We ran through a ridiculous amount of setups before this race, and one of the things that we really wanted to make sure was that we had something that was really stable. Like you say, a lot of Audis and McLarens and Ferraris, they've been having issues. I think that's just the mid-rear engine style of the cars. It makes it really unpredictable, especially the first few times you go through a Rouge on wet tyres, not really knowing how much grip's there. It's really challenging, and it can really easily catch you out when you've got the mid-engine cars. So we've got the car set up nice and safe.
Well, best of luck to you and to the team, as we'll let you return to them.
Cheers, Lewis. Thank you.
No worries. See you in a bit, Jack, from Rocket Sim Sports. Seems like the rain is decreasing bit by bit. It does say that it's going to decrease. It did decrease a fair amount earlier, but it just it's as if it's going down 1 little % at a time and never jumping down a fair way. It's always just a little bit here, a little bit there. It's why I think if we get that transition to the slick tyres, it's not going to be quick. It's going to be a really, really slow transition.
Yeah, it's literally slowing down one water droplet at a time right now. It is really, really slow in terms of, and for these people who are praying, they're begging for dry weather, please, to stop raining, and it's just not happening at the moment for these guys. So damp conditions out there still for the 9.5 hours we've been going so far, and I think all things are pointing towards another 14.5 hours of rain, but you know, some people are really, really not going to want that. As you were saying earlier, you know, there is a point as to which a wet race is quite fun, and then all of a sudden it gets quite tedious and really quite frustrating, especially if your car's not quite getting hooked up. If you remember, I don't know if you remember that VC race at Spa, Lewis, the 24 hours that just rained horrendous amounts all day from that one about 5 years ago now, but it was just awful from start to finish, and it's turning into one of them really. It's just it won't stop raining, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop raining. Some people are going to be liking it. You know, if you've got your wet setup on, you've got it figured out quite nicely, if your car's driving quite nicely, then it might be okay. But as you were right in what you were saying earlier, there becomes a point where it's just really, really, really frustrating.
Yeah, that wet weather race at Spa where I crashed so hard, I crashed the server. Very good, top tier 10 out of 10. If you're going to crash hard enough to cause a red flag, but have to restart the race. It's all well and good. But yeah, tricky conditions. I've always said that when it comes to wet weather, I love wet weather in sprint racing because it makes it unpredictable, it makes it manic, it makes it crazy. For sprint racing, it's fine because you only have to deal with it for 20 minutes, an hour and a half tops, right? Depending on what you're racing. In endurance racing, I never really liked wet weather because all of that hard work that you've put into it, it just adds like a whole level of stress. From a spectator point of view, I'm fine with it. I'll take it either way. It doesn't involve me. But there is that sort of difficult, that extra pressure in the wet. When it's an endurance race, you put so much effort into it because you do lots of laps for this. And it's just like, oh, right, okay, the wet weather's basically just thrown all of that out of the window. Fantastic. As we saw, by the way, Maciekowski, who's been into the pit lane, close battles a little bit further down as we're looking at the Clash sim racing car darting through a little bit of traffic, trying to catch the 33 Audi that's just ahead of it. And try and find its way through to get to 32nd position, put the 33 into 33rd. And the Clash car, I swear every time we go to it, it's moving up a position, but it's still outside the top 30.
Yeah, that's kind of weird how that's happened, really, isn't it? Because I agree. It's every time we've looked at it, it's been going forwards, but doesn't seem to actually be getting anywhere in terms of the standings. But especially for an Aston Martin, it is the last Aston Martin out there on the circuit, so they're going to be quite disappointed with how this race is going, I suspect, especially considering what those guys further up the order are managing to do with their Aston Martin. Yeah, I think that's going to be doubly disappointing for these guys at Clash Sim Racing. But heading towards the Kemmel Straight now, we'll see if the Aston can use any of its straight line speed on the Audi, get a slipstream. It looks a little bit too far back, although gaining quickly into Lecom. Is there going to be a move down the inside? The 33 looks like it's just going to give that position away, and there we go. Pignoni just letting Karim Mater through, and Clash Sim Racing are into 31st.
Approaching points-paying positions. It's the top 30 that score points in the VCO World Cup, and that will be delivered, of course, at the checkered flag, as always, with point scores, but also in 2.5 hours' time. We already had some point scores dished out at the 6-hour mark that's affected things. We do get that again at the 12-hour mark, and then at the 24. For those of you that have watched the 24 hours of Spa in real life and whatnot, you know that points are dished off at various points. Yigar Ogrodnikov was the driver, and I know because the fan base will go absolutely wild. Their strategy, leaving them out longer, left them out at the 6-hour mark, netted them 40 points for that effort, which for a team that finished 15th at Spa, now led the 6-hour mark. If they can strategise their way into that position again, things will be looking quite good for them. As they cross the line at that point, DD1 Triton Racing, who won back at Spa, they scored themselves a few points. They've dropped down the order since then to 20th spot, but they still scored a decent amount of points. It would be 14 at that point in the race, just to get themselves a little bit up the order on the point score. So leading by 15 points over Odox Motorsports, who are really not doing well. They have had a bad day of Odox Motorsports. They're in second position in the standings, courtesy of doing quite well at Bathurst, but they have now retired from the race. They had a calamitous affair, had various issues throughout the race, and the GTWR racing team, that 157, honestly, hand on heart, keep an eye on that car coming a little bit stronger towards the end of the race. I know they're in 19th spot, but they're such a talented squad that I wouldn't put it past them. They've won this championship. They're defending series champions for a reason, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 3.5 hours ago they were 22nd when we got to the interval, so they have continued to make up position, and I think you're right, they're definitely ones to watch, even though it is a little bit obvious because they're the reigning champions, so of course you're going to watch them. Yeah, it's very important this next stage of the race. I thought that one of the front runners was going to come into the pit lane there for some reason, but we're just about to pop over the 2.5 hours to go until we actually get to the next set of intermediate points. Another 40 points is on offer for the leaders at that particular point. With 12 hours to go, we'll take some more points and we'll do some more totting up in terms of the standings. And DV1 might not be leading by the end of that, but we'll see when we get there. It's going to be important because do you try and back time to the 12-hour point? You know,
right.
How seriously are these teams going to take these intermediate points? Because, you know, you think, people say intermediate points, you think, well, yeah, they're good, but I'd rather win the overall race. Well, of course you would, but you could pick up the same amount of points winning both intermediates than you could winning the thing overall. So, you know, I think, personally, if you want to win the championship, you've really got to back time for both the 6-hour point and the 12-hour point. You've got to strategise for them both, and I think people are going to be back timing for them. But Romagnoli is now into the pit lane, and this puts him in fairly good stead for the rest of this race. In terms of 2 hours 15, 2 hours and a half, he's got within that zone, so he'll be able to make 2 more stints to that 12-hour mark, and that should be okay. He should be able to get a good amount of points for GTWR with that 164 team if things continue the way they plan them to.
They do have to push that stint out though, because I'm pretty sure they're only doing like 70-minute stints, and the call was that you know, with the way it worked with the points, it's crossing the line as the leader at that point. So that's kind of like the important thing with that. To your point of you know, wanting to win the race, whatever. If you think if you're third over the interval points, and then you're third on the second one, and then you win the race, and then you win both of the interval points, and then you finish second, right? You've won. You've scored more points. And it's those kind of things. That's it. I'd be aiming to win as. Of course you are. You're aiming to win as many points as possible. I'd be absolutely focused on trying to get those interval points. They could be so crucial later in the championship.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to come down to really fine margins, this championship, so you want to get as many points as possible. But Romagnoli at least has got within what I'm saying is he can do it within his stints. He doesn't have to stretch over 75 minutes in a stint to do it, is what I'm saying. So he's in that window, but he is going to have to stretch out on fuel. And I agree with you that if I was in that team, I would be telling my drivers to save fuel because, you know, I want these points, you know, 40 points up for grabs. And they don't even have to get to the end of the race. They can get 40 points. They could probably take the championship. Well, somebody could probably take the championship lead by winning an intermediate here. And DV1 having being a little bit further down the order. The 111 is only in 20th place at the moment. They are going to get some points, but they're not going to get double figures in terms of points the way things are going. So the intermediate. So yeah, it's a very, very important situation, I think, for those who are up front to actually back time to the 12-hour point and then go from there and then back time to the end of the race. You can't just keep thinking about the 24-hour mark, in my opinion, in this race, because there are some serious points up on offer even after 6 and 12 hours.
Absolutely, seeing a potential, it's not a move for actual position, but just a move for track position, and almost a little bit of forcing over the exits on the 21st placed Dorking Community car. They are battling out as if it is hard for position between Dorking Community and MCWE Sports running down the hill. Dorking Community diving it to the inside. Again, this is not for position. This is two people on two wildly different laps at different points in the race, fighting out as hard as you like. look, it's still a decent battle regardless, as they are trying to grab whatever they can. This is just for track position. The Audi's going to have the inside as they hit Puon on the first apex of it. I think a little bit of a flash of the lights there from the Aston Martin of the Dalkin community. Arnold behind the wheel at that car. Not super duper impressed. By the way, drive-through penalty has been dished out to car number 92. It was the lead. Aston Martin last round. This round, most certainly not going to be. Currently in 18th position for contact between themselves and the 157 GTWR Racing Team, their lead car on lap 220. So a little while ago, but another drive-through penalty dished out, and we say it every time we see one come through around here. It is costly, and trust me, the 157 will know that better than most. They've had 2 already today, and so they'll know exactly that kind of pain.
Yeah, I'm afraid they will. Fortunately, the next car is a good 30 seconds behind, so they are only going to lose 1 place. Because they've got 2 minutes to the car that's in 20th place, and they will be all right in that respect. So they're only actually going to lose 1 place in this, but yeah, we say it all the time. You don't want to drive through around here. Unfortunately, they have managed to get one, as the Elvis Grattan team once again in their Honda just off the road there ever so slightly. Didn't see quite why, with Marc-Antoine Landry, who's now in that car, took over from Jonathan Boivin, who was in there a little bit earlier on, but this 416 car just doesn't seem to be anywhere near as hooked up as it was a little bit earlier on. Not entirely sure why, but yeah, for some reason things just not going as well as they did as they were at Bathurst. But I'm afraid it's more of the same for the 43 team with Logitech G Altus Esports. No points scored from Bathurst, no points scored from Spa either, because they are unfortunately out of the race.
Yeah, a bit of a shame. Yeah, for the number 43, Logitech G Altus Esports out of the race now, latest addition to it, and a list that's getting longer, heading into the real dark of night. It is getting darker, and you can tell it's getting darker because one of my favourite features of a night is not just the lights, not the LEDs and stuff. I do quite like the LED strips that we get all on endurance cars these days. No, it's the glowing exhaust. Look at that. How good does that look? Glowing exhausts here on Assetto Corsa Competizione always looks fantastic. Really gives you that sort of vibe that we are very much in the night. Seeing a battle now for 8th position. We were catching up with Jack McIntyre, who's ready to jump into this car, the Rocket Sim Sports car that's currently being piloted by Ross McGregor. You've got Beck, though, behind in the WPS Racing Team number 28, applying an awful lot of pressure in that Audi.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is the fight for the first of those who are not in Aston Martins, so there's going to be a big cheer for whoever is able to prevail in this one. But yeah, 2 fantastic drivers actually. I've seen Ross McGregor driving more in kind of sprint action on ACC before. I'm sure he's done a lot of endurance in the past as well, but no, I know that he is a very, very quick driver indeed, and able to hold off Julian Beck for the moment as they come through the curb pool flare right now. Rain still falling, you can see from the headlights, not too much spray coming up for now, and it's just damp conditions, not completely wet like it was a little bit earlier on when we had our latest real big downpour, as they go into Blanchimont. The McLaren just having the legs ever so slightly on the Audi through the second half of this lap, as Beck just runs it over the curb ever so slightly for the WPS Racing Team, who really had a pretty good result, to be honest, in the last race at Bathurst, but that was with the 21 car, unfortunately. So the 21 WPS was 4th, but their other car was way down. I'm trying to find them, and I can't for the moment. They were down in 39th. Didn't even score any points in that race. So yeah, it seems to be that they're having one team on and then one team off every time, which is not very good for a championship run really, but at least the team will be able to get something out of the race. At the moment they're in 9th place, which I think they've really got to be happy with the way that the Aston Martins are performing. I think 8th or 9th is fantastic for them.
Did speak to Dennis Schoeniger, who is one of the drivers behind the 21 car before Bathurst. They're saying that they're actually a really quite an inexperienced team racing on like this kind of level. So I think that inexperience I'd assume it's not for everyone in the squad. That a lot of them are still fairly experienced at this kind of level, as we're seeing Frank drive down the inside in the FFS Racing on the Ferrari of Benedetti. The GTWR number 32 hops out of the way, doesn't fight that one too hard into the apex. So FFS upper position into 14th position. But yeah, they were saying that they were quite inexperienced. Again, don't think that's the case for everyone in WPS. I think there's still some fair experience across that squad. But still, the point is that if they've got a couple of drivers that are inexperienced, if you've got drivers that are helping, they're going to be helping the inexperienced drivers a little bit more get up to speed, and that kind of divides a little bit of focus. And so in that sense, they are an inexperienced squad as a whole. And so in that sense, if they've got a couple of cars, one does well one round, one does well the other, to be honest, as a team manager, I'd still be happy with it, because I'm still seeing the brand being up towards the front and the young guns of sim racing moving their way forward in that sense. I was saying earlier in the race that Tobias Pfeffer, who's the teammate of Jordan Sherritt, in that squad, what is currently 17th position, 1 for 7. He's 14 or 15. I'm pretty sure Dennis Schuniger as well is around that kind of age, 14, 15. And these are really like the stars of the future that will be moving forward with sim racing as a whole. So we're seeing them effectively make their mark on sim racing in the early stages.
Yeah, and what a place to do it as well, in front of all of these people. A lot of publicity towards this series, and yeah, it's just a fantastic series to be a part of, especially if you're a young driver trying to develop. But in terms of your team, some say you're only as fast as your slowest driver, especially in a 24 hours race, and I guess that is a little bit true. I don't know if it's quite true to the letter. However, you are kind of towing them along as sort of baggage that you have to kind of lug around with you, especially as you were referring to there, with the more experienced drivers having to put more of their brain power into kind of looking after the less experienced ones, instead of trying to go faster themselves, which could kind of promote the team up a little bit higher. But yeah, certainly it's great to see that the younger drivers trying to come through right now in sim racing. I know there's a lot of them. I've seen quite a few in the last few years in a number of different sims coming through, and yeah, it's very exciting. The sim racing world in very good health at the moment. Hopefully it continues on, and these young guys will have the great competitions to look forward to in the future years as well, and hopefully it continues on in the health that it is at the moment.
Yeah, for some of these young names, trust me when I say that some of these young names that we see either here or just elsewhere in sim racing, the younger drivers, like, they are the future, in a sense that at the moment, when you think of strong drivers in sim racing, you include the likes elsewhere in sim racing of like Josh Rogers and Sebastian Job and Mitchell de Jong and Erhan Yovsky and Kevin Siggy and all these names that probably half the people watching this don't know who I'm talking about, but they're all very big names elsewhere in sim racing. They've won a handful of prizes. Freddie Rasmussen as well, winning quite a lot over the last little while and regarded as one of the best in sim racing at present. The drivers that are quite young that are coming up are showing, to me, more speed than what I saw out of younger drivers when I first started sim racing. What I mean is that a lot of drivers are either peaking early or they've got so much more in this speed arc they've got. Because normally, and I know this is like a painting with a very large brush, but typically with speed and consistency in racecraft, you do normally see a lot of drivers that will start out quite aggressive, quite young, and the older they get, they tend to sort of like peak and sort of calm down a little bit once you get to like 18, 19, 20, 21, like that kind of area. And that's where they actually start moving forward, because they start utilising that pace. We're already seeing some of these young drivers being way past that.
Yeah, the kind of the mould for development is kind of moving backwards and backwards, isn't it, really, with the maturity. I definitely get what you're saying, though. They're coming in as talented as ever, but the way the maturity is kind of driven. Oh, there's nearly a pass off of the road there from Sean Arnold trying to get through on Axel Petit there, and these two Aston Martins playing for keeps, really, coming out of Radion. Let's see what happens as they go up into Lecombe. Outside line for Arnold. He's going to give it a second bite at the cherry. Round the outside for the first part, giving the inside for the second, as these two Aston Martins lean on each other ever so slightly, but Sean Arnold does indeed get through at Lecombe. But yeah, I feel like you're right, these younger drivers are maturing at an earlier age than certainly they used to. You know, I don't think they're coming in with any more talent, or they're coming in faster than before. Maybe they are, but I feel like maturity is happening a lot earlier, and these young drivers are very, very considered from a very young age.
Yeah, I've been pushed out of sim racing with my old age, you see, because they're all so fast. As the age does get a little bit quicker with the younger drivers and that future contingent. Either way, though, we've still got 14 and a quarter hours to go here in the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Spa. Coverage will continue, but we'll be back after this.
Virtual.
As sim racers, we always want full focus. One single mistake might cost us the race. We're always improving our skills, our tactics, our consistency, being better than the competition. However, we sometimes forget to upgrade ourselves. That's why we created Q-Focus, an all-natural focus booster without caffeine. The formula is specifically designed to keep us calm and razor sharp during a race. My name is Alex. I'm a sim racer and the co-founder of the performance nutrition brand Callo. We want to empower sim racers to reach their full potential. Go to callo.com/simgrid to find out more.
So, talking obviously about how we can develop and have these stories that come out of sim racing, what would you say is the main significance of sim racing as an e-sport?
Well, I mean, to be honest, as I've said, we are dealing as passionate persons. So I really cannot make this distinction. I think it's a bit scientific, and to me, sim racing is esport. Yeah, I mean it is. I mean it's it's sport. It's competitive. You need practice for it. You need to invest time. So I don't see any reason why there is a distinction, but I think that this distinction is made, and maybe even from the community itself. So I think it's not that I claim that this is the overall truth. It's just my opinion, because I think that sometimes real world motor racing is a bit of a burden for sim racing, because it's seen as it needs to fit or needs to create same pictures or the same storylines and the same mechanisms. And I think that sim racing needs that and can highly benefit from that. But I think that sim racing also needs to, wrong term again, or could develop more into an esports discipline with the mechanisms from this world. And I think so sim racing has a unique chance, I would say, to merge worlds, like the real world races, bringing them into sim racing and then doing esports. And so I think this is the uniqueness of sim racing, but often it's sort of a burden, and I think it's a crucial time now, because I see so many real world motorsport connections and everyone is happy about them, and I think you should really go for it and nurture them and grow them. But on the other hand, I think sim racing has every right to be even more self-confident and to say, okay, if we can link up with a real world series, then we are happy to do that. But I think there's even more to it, because you have the chance to do things that real world racing cannot do, and to change liveries during a race, or to come up with a one-to-one duel. You know, I think things like being creative with it, and I think sim racing needs to keep doing that.
Yeah, and I mean, in multiple platforms. I mean, even with the SimGrid, the guys have had so many different formats for events. Just certain types of cars going up against one another. We had the Fantastic Four event that I commentated on at Spa not long ago, where we had the GT3 cars, GT4, Porsche Cup, and Lamborghini Super Trofeo on track at once. 80 cars around Spa in the dark. It was just absolutely bonkers. But sim racing gives you the freedom to do stuff like that, and that's what makes it all the more exciting, really. Now, of course, speaking of the SimGrid, here on the SimGrid, you've now linked up with the World Cup of the SimGrid as well. Now, what is it that appealed to VCO about that series and that sort of potential partnership?
Yeah, I mean, it's a big pleasure and also honor, I would say, because when we started, we were beginners and we didn't know the scene and the landscape really. So we really, as I said, step by step, we gained more experience and we got to know more people. And when I had this first phone call or Discord call with David Perrell, it was just like I don't want to say it was a revelation, but it was seeing someone there who's really running this with passion, with the same passion, I would say, that we try to bring in as well, and to be so creative with sim racing and to set up your own system and your own little universe, and not just looking right and left and say, okay, what could we do? What are we missing? But to have a very clear idea of how it could look like and to build your own platform there. I was deeply impressed. And then I also had many conversations because it was soon obvious that VCO also wanted to look into ACC, into partnering big events there, and then it was quite natural to keep talking to David and the SimGrid, and I'm just really happy how it developed, and that we then teamed up for the World Cup, and I think it's such a marvelous series and platform, because when you look at the viewing figures that we had for the first race, I mean, it was crazy for the qualifying session or qualifying day. It was 800 or 1,000 viewers on YouTube, and I mean, in terms of real motor racing, this is 1,000 viewers, DTM or Formula One and blah blah. This is not the criteria. Yeah, I mean, this is we are looking at series like, I don't want to call them by name, but there are many other big series out there held on other platforms, and they have way less viewers. So it's definitely an indicator on how cool this World Cup idea is and the execution of it. So we are so happy to be on board.
Yeah, I think on the viewing figures as well, it's an important thing to bring up that the World Cup does get so many, because I've always found that from a broadcasting and commentary perspective that the viewing figures are difficult to get hold of in sim racing because it's more accessible. When we're watching real world motorsport, I'm not 100% sure on your previous real world motorsport ties, so please forgive me if this sounds a bit patronising, but if you or I watch Formula One, we're not going to get to that point, so it's not an accessible thing for us to be involved in and drive. So we watch it because that's what we can do. But with sim racing, because you can go and drive and it is so accessible, you don't get as many people watching because they just think, well, if I wanted to see it, I'd just go and do it. So viewing figures are hard to come by in sim racing, I've found. But the World Cup and the SimGrid have found a good way to do that. And of course, our producer today, Mike Yao, as well, is an absolute wizard behind the cameras. So it's no surprise, really. Little shout out for Mike there.
Back to live coverage in Chapter 2 of the VCO World Cup here at the SimGrid. We're approaching halfway, still a couple of hours to go before we get there. Lewis McGlade, Ewan O'Leary in the booth, of course, joining us throughout the rounds of broadcast that we've had and continue. A few sponsors as well, AK Informatica, Thrustmaster, of course, joining us here for the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Spa, Coach Dave Academy as well, and joining us for this round, we've got Callow Premium Focus Boosting Food Supplements. You can get 15% off your order, link in the description to go and get yourself some no caffeine, no jitters, nervousness, anxiety, anything like that, just stuff to help you keep focused, mental performance in the short or the long term. ExpressVPN as well joining us here. You can be a part of the world's largest premium VPN service with access to the internet safely and securely across the planet. 3 months free when you get 12 months. Link in the description for that as well. The Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Spa has seen plenty of drama throughout. Wet weather continuing as we head deep into the night. Potential that it's going to calm down a little bit though. And to be honest, normally we're in a dry race and we're praying for a little bit of rain to spice things up. This time, Ewan, it's very much the other way. We're kind of hoping for a little bit of dry just to see who's brave enough to run a slick tyre.
Yeah, we were talking about this just a few moments ago, but the conditions have been so constant now. It's been in this kind of damp stage for a very, very long time, where the positions are kind of constant, and we need that kind of real shake-up. We need kind of 30 degrees and sunshine, really, to really kind of shake this race up. But certainly a lot of these teams now praying for the dry weather. I think we're one of them at this point, although I don't mind this wet weather as it stands right now. It's just keeping things ever so slightly interesting for us at the moment. So yeah, I don't mind it too much, but it's certainly going to start to really play on some of the drivers' minds anyway, and they're going to want it gone as quickly as possible. Yeah, you know, it's unfortunate. There's nothing that they can do to change the weather, obviously, and there's nothing that anybody can do really about it, but it's just the way that things are going at the moment, and they're just going to be holding their hands together and just praying at this point. There's not much more that you can do at this point than just keep going around, keep it on the circuit, keep doing laps, and hope that it does indeed dry up a little bit.
Yeah, minimising mistakes through the night is key to a decent finish here. We're currently watching the battle for what is 15th now, that race winner and championship leader Charcot in the 111 DV1 Triton racing car has been into the pit lane. Benedetti as well for GTWR, also in the pit lane in the number 32 Ferrari. That battle that we're seeing for 15th spot between the Dalkin Community car of the number 38. You've also got the Carbon car directly behind, the 720 McLaren of Machkowski, and also Samarero for GTWR, and the 154 car is pretty close to company as well. So 3 cars at the bottom end of the top 15, all separated by about a second and a half, so all things pretty tight. And also sure, it's not all Aston Martin, so there's only 2 in this battle. The other one is a McLaren, so it's all well and good on that front.
Yeah, absolutely. We are getting a little bit of variety in there, but there's an awful lot of traffic in this little cluster that we've got going on at the moment. It should allow Sean Arnold to get away ever so slightly from Machkowski and Samarero, who is just in behind there in the Aston Martin 154, but this battle just ever so slightly split up really by this bit of traffic at the moment. It's just the kind of thing we see at 24 Hours of Spa, both in the sim grid and indeed in real life, where there's just a load of traffic involved, and it's just very difficult for everybody to get through of it all, and Sean Arnold has been able to do that so far in this battle, but putting a little bit of distance in between himself and Machkowski and Samero for the moment. And look at that already. One car he's passed, one car he's put in between himself and his rivals, and he's put 1.4 seconds into them.
Yeah, that's how traffic can play. If you're aggressive enough in traffic, you can really work to an advantage. Also, by the way, for the first time in the race, obviously courtesy of a little bit of strategy, the number 22 Rocket Sim Sport has been to the pit lane. Switch driver Jack McIntyre now behind the car. The number 28 for WPS has also been in the pit lane, as the Mercedes there was going straight on, running through the chicane. Quite hard to tell in the darkness of night. My point though is that if you look at the bottom end of the top 10, it is Aston Martins as well, which means that the entirety of the top 10, for the first time in the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Spa, the entirety of the top 10 is Aston Martins.
And it's not really close, is it? 35 seconds down to the 22 car, which is an 11th, and that's not particularly close in this race. So yeah, that's quite a remarkable thing to see. The Aston Martin is just so strong. It's a combination of this track and these conditions on this track, which means that things are just incredibly good right now for the Aston Martins. And as you can see right now, with Machkowski, he's going to get overtaken by one of the Aston Martins, I believe, on the outside line. That's not for position, by the way, because the 154 got overtaken by that Aston Martin down into the bus stop chicane on the last lap. So, that was a big slide. He's held on to it though. He's going to have to do a lot of defending, as out of Le Com they come. Not quite the exit that Samero needed, and unfortunately he's not able to get down the inside into Bruxelles, and he's going to have to stick behind for now.
Yeah, it was Richter coming through in the Unicorns of Love car that's currently running around in 6th position. That was the Aston Martin that got through, but yeah, the eyes focus now on the Aston Martin that is for position, coming out of the corner with No Name and then into Puon. As I swear every second we look at the screen I'm like, it's night time, and then it gets a little bit darker. I'm like, okay, no, maybe now it's not dark time. It is constantly getting darker, and the thing is if you're driving around, when you've got a car directly behind you, you've got their headlights as well, that's really distracting, because what you're normally used to is it being lit up, the road being lit up by your headlights. You're used to that, you've practiced with that, you've been driving with that for a little while. But now the track's also being lit up by someone else's headlights partially, and it can be a little bit distracting, because some people's braking zones, when it's night time, you're actually out of the corner of your eye, you're waiting for something to go dark, right? It's like that's your key to start braking, that's your key to start turning. When someone else is lighting up, you don't have that key, you don't have that influence.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why you see sometimes drivers flashing the lights, not because they're angry or annoyed or letting someone know that they're there, they just want to kind of distract the car in front, and so you can use it in that way. As down the inside goes Sombrero. Can he make the move this time on Maszkowski, who gives him the room through the first part of the bus stop chicane, sticks it to the inside, coming on the exit, making sure he leaves the Aston Martin enough room, but he holds him off for now. But yeah, you're right, it can be very, very distracting with those headlights all around you. And it's not like Daytona where there's floodlights everywhere around this circuit. It's the exact opposite at Spa. In fact, there are absolutely no floodlights anywhere really. I guess there's some on the paddock areas. You can see a couple there on the back straight heading towards Eau Rouge at the moment, but especially around the back of the circuit there's absolutely no floodlighting whatsoever. It's all down to your headlights and others' headlights around you, and so it's somewhat difficult to see from time to time.
Yeah, it's much closer to something like the Circuit de la Sarthe or something in that vein, where you've got random parts where there are bits that are fairly well lit, but everywhere else you're in darkness, powered by the headlights that you have and nothing else. Into the braking zone it looks like this time for Sombrero. It might be the position done up and over the curb, and I think potentially a little bit too far in that scenario for the 154 GTWR racing team Audi with RHG Academy as well. I don't know about you, but at least from that angle, quite hard to tell obviously with the darkness, I think he might have just pushed it a little bit too far.
They were both pushing each other very, very far in that one indeed, as the 995 has just spoiled of a battle a little bit there. So that's a bit of a shame to see them duck into the pit lane, but obviously they needed to from 9th position. But yeah, it can happen from time. Through Lecom, I feel like squeezing another car through the first or second part is very easy to do, and sometimes you don't even realise you're doing it. But either you give them not enough space on the inside of turn 1, or if you of the first part, or if you're on the inside for the first part, you can squeeze them to the outside for the second part, with sometimes without realising. So yeah, it can be a difficult corner to go side by side through, although it is very, very exciting to watch, I have to say. In the end, the Aston Martin did prevail in that particular battle. Maszkowski goes down another position, but yeah, it's a very tight kind of area of the circuit to be battling. It was very exciting for us to watch, though.
Currently on screen, the young German Tobias Pfeffer, pole sitter at Bathurst, driver who's already got a drive-through penalty himself earlier in the race for contact at Lecom for unloading another car. Accidentally, nothing malicious, just a little bit clumsy, and yeah, received a bit of a penalty for his efforts in a drive-through that he's been in and served. This car, once again, pretty quick, just needs to put the laps in consistently and work their way up the order. You can see there, as we're riding on board with Maszkowski, how much that Aston Martin's already pulled out over the lap. It's up to around about a second as Sombrero is pulling away. A few drivers into the pit lane, the 995, as you were saying, the ambassadors for Ren Welton into the pit lane. Still quite a few drivers inside that top 10 expecting pit stops. I'm pretty sure Tarek Gamel of Williams Esports in that number 5 car that's currently running in 8th place. I'm pretty sure that car owes us a pit stop. So I mean, I'm pretty sure a lot of cars owe us a pit stop, because I think a lot of them are running completely different strategies. We're more looking to the drivers that can stay out for around about another 45 minutes though, Ewan, because obviously if you can stay out for another 45-50 minutes, when you come in, you're going to be out on track, not having to pit shy of the 12-hour mark, meaning that you'll get yourself some of those interval points.
Yeah, absolutely. Maximum driving time limit for a single stint in this series is 75 minutes for one single stint. So And that doesn't mean you have to get out of the car after 75 minutes, by the way. It just means you have to come into the pit lane. But yeah, either way, you're going to have to make sure you get to 13 hours and 15 minutes to go at the top of your screens there, watching along at home. That will mean you're within 75 minutes of the 12-hour to go mark, which is very important, as you just mentioned, because there's 40 intermediate points for the race. It's basically half points from the actual fully race-ending points system we have. So yeah, very, very important that you do grab those if you are looking to make a championship charge this season. So yeah, most of these guys will be looking to do so, looking to back time from this particular race. I'm going to be very, very interested to see if our race leader, Michael Romanoli, can actually make it to that 75 minute to go mark, because as you mentioned a few moments ago, they have been doing 70-minute stints. So can they stretch it out another couple of laps to do that?
Yeah, indeed. That's what it's all about at this point, is we're seeing this battle for 22nd position. AAA Esports and the number 92, Lecom behind the wheel, into Lecom, and behind him the growing YouTube superstar, as Yaroslav Honzik Yardier, who's been growing his YouTube channel quite a lot over the last few years. I think he's up to over 50,000 subscribers now, and is obviously streaming the race from his own personal point of view, which is always an interesting insight for Yardier. And he's a very nice guy. The Czech driver is probably one of the most bubbly and positive people that you'll meet in sim racing. He'll be like, ha ha ha, joke, 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 dives it straight down the inside. The man is ruthless when it comes to overtakes, and I love that sort of contrast of like jokey happiness, but also that raw aggression that I need to get up the order pronto. He knows how to put on a good overtake.
Yeah, absolutely, he definitely does, and yeah, it's very entertaining to watch, I have to say, as well. But yeah, sometimes you're hard pushed to find positive people around these days, but there you are. You can certainly look to him to find some positivity. Unfortunately, dropping back a little bit over the last couple of moments to the AAA Esports car, which had to do a little bit of defending into Lecom, but has pulled a good 2 seconds over the last few moments on that McLaren, and so we're in 22nd place at the moment, doing all fine for the AAA Esports team. Obviously not, in my opinion, not where they really wanted to be. We've talked about this before, about them being a little bit further back than maybe we'd want. And there is Jodier's stream, by the way. I don't know if he knows he's on camera or something, but anyway, it doesn't matter. There's his actual onboard view, and yeah, it's certainly an interesting perspective to get from somebody else. You know, we can broadcast it all we like on here, but it is somehow difficult to kind of portray what these drivers go through from their particular personal perspective, so it does offer a kind of different side to things.
I do love his soundproofing though. That's in case he gets really angry and has to shout at someone, which, trust me, I need soundproofing like that, because whew. Anyway, no, moving on from that, because otherwise I'll dig myself a very deep hole. But yeah, either way, good to see. There's obviously, it's not just Yardier. There's plenty of other drivers and sim teams and stuff out there that live stream their own. It's obviously part of the culture now of sim racing, where we're seeing teams and drivers building themselves up. We're seeing a lot of real world motorsport drivers move into the streaming side. Of course, Charles Leclerc did his fair amount of streaming over the sort of midpoint of last year. You've got the Fittipaldis, who have quite an impressive following, obviously more so on the Portuguese side of things than the Brazilian side, that either way has an extremely large following over there. You've got like people like TK, like Tony Kanaan, that lot. A lot of the people from motorsport moving into sim racing and deciding that now it's a good idea to start your Twitch career. Why not?
Well, yeah, I suppose so. I mean, it just kind of we see these racing drivers on the TV or whatever. They seem so alien, and it kind of brings them back down to earth a little bit, and it makes them seem a little bit more human, I think, anyway. And so I think it's a good thing, personally, as we see a battle going on between Kara and Maszkowski into Lecom once again. The McLaren on the inside, but I have a feeling that Maszkowski is just going to get driven right round the outside, and I'm afraid he is dropping back for these last few moments. Got overtaken by one of the other Aston Martins a little bit earlier on, even though they've pitted now. But yeah, I'm afraid Maszkowski is falling backwards. Camera now up into 14th position in that BMW, driving very well since we got back into the booth here. Lewis has been gaining a couple of positions. I reckon he's got about 4 or 5 actually since we've been here. So yeah, been driving well, but also having a fairly lengthy stint at the wheel at the moment.
He's driven a lot in the early stages of this race. He's been behind the wheel an awful lot of that BMW. Looking strong. Now, I know that Camera is a very strong driver. However, here, at least from the I've not looked at the numbers. I've not looked at his exact lap times and how his tyre wear is and how this and how that. And I know his tyre wear was a little bit rough over the first stint. But he does seem like in that car at the moment, he's potentially the kind of strongest, is not by much clearly. I mean, he's got Niels Nyox as a teammate and Gregor Schill as well, but seems like realistically of that lot in that car at the moment seems to be potentially the strongest. Curious though with that BMW, and obviously we're seeing with a lot of different cars that in endurance racing like this, you see the GT3s running the LED strips that we can see here on the right hand side of the car of Chris Herker, who we caught up with in the early stages of the broadcast for Rem Welton Pro Team. Yeah, that BMW though doesn't have any LEDs on it. Interesting.
Yeah, that's a strange.
Completely pointless to bring up, but interesting.
I find it interesting, to be honest, because yeah, like you, I really like the way these days there's LEDs kind of lighting up these, like you see on the Lamborghini there, their grills are outlined for whatever reason. Don't know why, don't know what possible benefit there is to outlining the grill of a Lamborghini, but it looks cool, and that's all we care about. So yeah, unsure as to why the BMW hasn't got any, but there we go, marks off for that. But at the moment we're watching the Lamborghini, it's actually making some inroads into the number 1 Porsche in front, as Matteo Caruso is still driving in the BMW, and yeah, this BMW seemingly has some LEDs on it apparently. If we can get a shot of the front of the car, here we go, and it does, outlining the grills again. And the Bentley's doing it. What's the obsession with outlining the grills? I've got no idea.
It's good.
It just looks good.
Just one thing, sorry, I'm looking at it again, just not to cut across you too deeply, sorry. There is LEDs slightly on the front of the G2 eSports car, it's very small, carry on.
No, I wasn't going to say anything else really. I just don't really get the point of outlining the grille, other than it just looks cool. I'm not complaining, by the way. Just think it's a slightly bizarre thing to spend your time doing when you're preparing a race team. But anyway.
You remember when Audis, I'm pretty sure they were the first ones to properly do it, like with road cars and stuff, where they got, you had the headlights and you had the LED strips, right, that ran like as the daylights, basically, as the constant running daylights that ran, and everyone was like, oh, they look cool. Now everyone else has done it. It's a bit boring now.
I want some.
I'm not interested, but they do look cool. They just there's part of it. And I still say the same thing with this, is that the LEDs. Yeah, you can run them on your grill. I will say, at least from what I can see, I'm just like looking at a bit from a little bit earlier in the broadcast with the G2 Esports one. Their one is not in the same place. It's not on the grill like that. It's more underneath that in 2 strips of LEDs. Now, it's one thing. There you go. You sit there, like right there. I like that you don't have to run the same LEDs as everyone else. I like that.
The customization is very good. I do like that as well, because let's face it, in real life, if you out to buy a BMW GT3 car, you're not going to get the grille and the lights and whatever in the same place. You're not all going to put them in the same place, etc. So why not have that customization in a sim where it doesn't even cost anything, it doesn't take any time to move them around. Well, it takes a few clicks and that's it, all sorted. So yeah, it's I think it's a fantastic thing that we have in ACC at the moment, and yeah, one of the many great things about this sim.
You make it sound so easy. This is the whole thing of like, but why can't we make this right? Why is this a single-threaded? Oh yeah, it's like it's always easy for me to say, but no, I totally get your point. Like, to be fair though, when are we going to get backlit liveries where you can have like you were saying earlier about like the fluorescent blue, and it obviously it wasn't fluorescent, but yeah, and I get your point. But with the when are we going to get backlit liveries where you can, because you got the number board on the side which is lit up. Who's going to be the first one to find a way to do that on an actual livery? I'm sure someone will do in the next sort of I'm sure someone will do it at some point fairly soon, to be honest, because I mean that would be interesting, as Arnold now gets to the inside of the 194 but no way through on that Bentley. That would have been pretty bold for the Dorking community car.
It's always brave going down the inside of the very final part of Le Com, isn't it, really? Because the door really opens. The way you swing to the left-hand side there to get the best run you possibly can through that corner means that the door is kind of there and you're kind of enticed to go for it, but it doesn't always work because the door just slams in your face very, very quickly. You can clip the rear right of the car in front and spin them around, get yourself a penalty very easily in that way. So sensibly, I think, decided to back out of it, certainly. But the battle will continue on. The battle rages on up here as well for 28th position between the 1 car and the 9. These two have been battling for ages, haven't they? They've been just nose to tail for pretty much the entirety of our stint so far. We've been here for 2.5 hours. I reckon they've been side by side and nose to tail for at least 2 1/4 of those hours, as that was very wide through the curve pull through from Chris Hook, but gets it back onto the road nice and easily, and may get away without a track limit warning on that one, but he might get one. Obviously it's being monitored, but just got to be careful.
They've got to be careful because it's not necessarily just about the track limits through there. It's about like this. So the green concrete that we have here, this is fine. This green concrete is fine. It's where if you run, particularly on the exit of Stavelot before it gets into like curve pull through and that kind of lug, there's a bit where it goes from green concrete to AstroTurf, right? And obviously if you're trying to rejoin the circuit, you're trying to get back on, you've got grip, you're on green concrete, it's fine. You got grip, hit the AstroTurf, you instantly do not have grip on that side of the car. And we actually saw it a little bit from Chris Herker there, who it didn't snap majorly, it snapped a little bit. And was able to catch it and carry on without even thinking about it, to be perfectly honest. The thing is later in the stint, if you're talking at the 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning time, to be fair, even for some of these drivers that may be up all night towards even the end of the race, if you make that mistake at that point, that can be a very, very costly mistake indeed. All you've done is you've just run 2 wheels onto some fairly damp AstroTurf.
Yeah, it's because of the run that it affects all the way down to the bus stop that really hurts you. But obviously, there's always time to make that back up again. As Sean Arnold, in fact, seems very strong through the second part of Lecomte, and at the moment he is the 10th Aston Martin in 13th position, which is quite remarkable to say, really. After just over 10 hours of this race. He's got a little bit of a way to go to try and get up the order and get into 10th place. Trying to work out where he is in terms of doing that. He's I think he's about a minute back from actually getting 10th place. But on the corrected pit stop cycle, he's not quite in 10th. But obviously, there does become that moment every time where we're in the pit stop cycle, and we do get that moment where there are 10 Aston Martins in the top 10 spaces, and it's just a soul-destroying moment for everybody else. At the moment, Sean Arnold is just trying to make that happen as a constant. And he's right on the back of Racing Line Motorsport trying to make it happen. The Bentley trying to fend off the Aston Martin, 2 of the larger cars on the grid, trying to muscle each other out of a position, and that's the Audi just in front, getting caught very, very quickly indeed, the 28.
Yeah, very much a part of this. It's kind of out of nowhere for the WPS squad, but Machiashi, who's closing in, flashing his lights, there you go, not necessarily about I'm angry or over, as you were saying earlier, it's about trying to distract at this high-speed section of the circuit. If you can distract them on the turning point of somewhere like Blancheron, makes life a bit easier. I always tell the story, especially when it's around here, because Spa, it's relevant around here. In the real world, obviously in the same sense as in the simulator, if you press the light flash button, it's effectively a macro, so it will repeat that sequence of lights on, lights off, lights on, lights off, lights on, lights off, etc. And it will do that for a certain period of time, say 2 seconds, 5 seconds, whatever it is. And Dennis Lind's racing around here in the 24 Hours of Spa last year before, in the Lamborghini, which from those of you who watched it will remember that it's basically got the entire sun bolted to the front of the car, which is quite bright. And he didn't realise that the macro to flash the lights stacks. So, and he was annoyed that whoever was ahead of him, right? And so just smash, press that, but keep pressing that button, and obviously it stacked. And so it just started flashing and continued to flash for the entire lap of Spa at the middle of night, which would have been quite annoying.
Oh my word! Yeah, well, not only annoying for him, annoying for everybody else around. But goodness me, I bet you'd learn your lesson after that, wouldn't you? Goodness, that's a moment and a half. But yeah, I didn't quite realise they stacked on top of each other. I guess I don't know what else I thought they would do, because that just kind of makes sense. But yeah, fortunately, Nobody has fallen foul of that so far. It's still a good three-car battle though, and still an Audi leading it. This is for 10th place now, as one of the other Aston Martins has come into the pit lane. I think that might have been the 1-2-3 that came in, but another Aston Martin involved in a battle, 1-5-4, excuse me. Mikowski again is in a battle, but I'm afraid he's at the head of it. He's defending, and it looks like he may well be going backwards again.
Yeah, there's a Predator logo on the front of that car, courtesy of the partnership with R8G Esports now on the GTWR, and very much applicable to this scenario as he's trying to hunt his prey down and try and find a way through the 720. Misses the first apex a little bit, but still hooks it up on the second part of the first part. It's a bit of a thing to say, but fair enough. Going through the Fanya, going through Piff Path, it'll be the Piff of Path, through Campers, completely misses the apex there, does Machkowski, and now into Stavilo, actually hits that one and continues this flat out run all the way through Blanchimont. Lights flashing on the front of the GTWR car. The battle for 14th position at present. 10 seconds down the road to the BMW G2 Esports car of Arthur Camera, who's pulled out quite a gap on this group, but GTWR looking pretty feisty at the moment, and wide goes Machkowski. Is there going to be a dive to the inside or even around the outside for the GTWR camp? It is the outside, it is committed. He's left it to the inside at the second part of the final chicane and gets that move done. Wasn't really fought too hard for Machkowski, gave it a good go, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, it just wasn't enough in the end, and it's just another one of those battles where there's just nothing he can do. He's falling back really, really quickly at the moment, and there doesn't seem to be anything that he can do to kind of stop it, and it's really disappointing for him. He's obviously doing his best to defend these positions, but it's just not enough against some of these Aston Martins and BMWs and Bentleys that are starting to come through on him, and I don't know quite what they've got so wrong in this stint. If you remember, not so long ago, Arthur Camera got through by and he's away by 10 seconds already. That doesn't seem that long ago that the BMW got through, and he's already got 10 seconds, so clearly something with that McLaren is amiss at the moment, or maybe, or just other people driving better. I'm not entirely sure what's going on there, but you can see he's already lost a second to the 154. He was passed at the bus stop chicane, and by the time he's got to Lecom, he's lost a second already. Things clearly not going well for the 720 at the moment.
Won't be long before the 995 ambassadors for Ren Welton is on them. Behrman, who's got behind the wheel of that car fairly recently. They came into the pit lane not too long ago, and they are closing back in. Of course, everyone on slightly differing pit stop sequences, and expecting quite a lot of their drivers and teams to try and push it out for the next sort of 25-30 minutes before they come into pit lane for hopefully their final time before the halfway interval point. 77 having issues, saw them going quite well in that McLaren earlier on. Baltzar behind the wheel, don't think it's hit the wall. Another issue though running up through Radion and Baltzar for MRL Sim Racing. I think they've already had an issue themselves fairly recently up Radion. I mean, it's kind of hard to remember because we've seen so many have issues there, but as far as the call is, potentially no damage on that car. It seems fine to my eye.
It looks okay. It looks like it's going at a pretty decent pace, excuse me, at the moment. So, yeah, it looks like that's all fine as this four-car battle for 10th place is really starting to hot up now. Sean Arnold really even gave it a look to the inside of the WPS Audi into the bus stop chicane. But just look at this. This is the kind of battle that really gets us excited for these kind of races. We're over nearly 10 and a half hours into this race, and we've got a four-way battle for a space inside of the top 10. Just great racing between these guys, and four different manufacturers involved as well, which is what we love about GT3 racing. Here we go down towards Eau Rouge and up towards Radion here in a few moments time. It's going to be something to observe as they fly up the hill one more time. It's very impressive to watch from everybody, and we'll see who's got the run for maybe making a move. It looks like the Audi might be under a little bit of pressure from Sean Arnold, but it's actually the Bentley doing a little bit of defending from Arthur Camera, who's closing in and trying to go down to the inside of Lecom.
Camera's pace is really, really good right now, as he is very much a part of this battle. Certainly looks like he wants to work his way inside the top five. I think as in the wet conditions, that BMW seemed okay. But the tyre wear maybe was a little bit much. Maybe they got the pressures wrong, something like that in the early stages. Whatever it is, as this race has drying slightly. The rain is lowering its intensity. We're down from wet to damp now. It seems like that BMW of camera is getting faster and faster. Matiashi, who's looking backwards, has an awful lot of pressure on his shoulders to try and keep that BMW at bay. And then, of course, you've got the Audi and the Aston Martin ahead battling it out themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a fantastic battle. And they were side by side earlier on for 10th. It's side by side again with Sean Arnold going round the outside through Pit Pop. He's got the inside line for the second part of the corner. The Audi's pushed out wide, and Sean Arnold gets up into 10th place with Camera trying to get through in 13th position on the Bentley. Couldn't quite do it on that occasion as they go over the second sector line onto the through the Paul curve right now, and they go down up towards Blanchimont at the moment with a penalty for that 191, by the way. That's 5th place overall in the race, which is important, but we'll get to that in a moment because this is very, very exciting going through Blanchimont right now. Very wide from the Bentley, off the road completely as Camera goes to the outside line in the BMW. It's going to give him the inside line for the bus stop chicane if he can hold it there, and he does indeed. A great job from Arthur Camera, and he's into 12th place in the BMW.
Yeah, that 191 that's just got a drive-through penalty, that one being the Racing Line Motorsport Aston Martin. Obviously their sister car, the 194, that we've currently just seen and now diving into the inside. Camera saw that one coming. I don't think that was fully intended from the 194. Arthur Camera did just dive out of the way. Watch how his car just darted a little bit to the left just to try and avoid getting any contact from that Bentley. That would have been a chaotic display, and I'm pretty sure it would have been a pretty slam dunk penalty to the 191 and the 194. And yeah, Arthur Camera there, who's currently on screen, Cam, probably a little bit panicked in that scenario. There's a little bit of a note as to what happened with the 191 and why that drive-through penalty has happened. It was with avoidable contact with the car 129, as Camera has wasted no time on getting back through the Bentley. That one not too hard fought. A drive-through's been cleared, so that is being appealed at the moment. We might see it back, we might see it reduced, we might see it removed entirely, but it has been appealed at least for now. So Clary, no longer with a drive-through by his name, may well return.
Yeah, absolutely. Camera getting through though into 12th place, and Benson Matiassi there losing not only that place, but he went wide through Lecom itself. Got that Audi slipped through on the inside, and then just another Aston Martin has slipped through through Bruxelles as well. So they're going to have lost an awful lot of time there for Racing Line Motorsport, in the 194 car. Currently 13th position and dropping a little bit further back. They're going to be actually caught a little bit by Samarero, who's not too far behind. And you can see his headlights in the background as there's a yellow flag in the first part of the lap. Yeah, looks like the 36 on the front straight I saw there, but I don't see how that could have happened to anybody. But anyway, it seems that they're going again and everybody's moving all fine.
Yeah, I don't know quite how you'd have an issue of that sort of variety on the start finish, but clearly there is some damage, because look at it crawl. If you look on the track map towards the barrel of the Uzi submachine gun that is Spa, there is a 36 running down the hill very slowly. I think it's in the pit lane.
It looks like it's in the pit lane, but the yellow flag was out while it was in the pit lane. So
exactly.
What's that about?
How? I don't know what I'm seeing. Either way, I think it is departing the pit lane anyway, unless it's no words. Unsure. Tarek Gamal either way in the 5 of the Williams Esports into the pit lane. If you look at the weather that we've currently got coming in, it has finally ticked over. 30 minutes time, we're potentially going to see it drop down into drizzle, which means that we may potentially see some slick tyres coming out. The first team to jump to slick tyres earlier in the race was actually our race leaders, the 164 Romagnoli, who's behind the wheel of that one at the moment. And this is the interesting thing, Ewan. Brave call for the race leader to do. Normally we see those kind of gambles from everyone else. I called it on air at the time. That is absolutely the wrong call. We all thought it was incredibly short-sighted and ridiculous, and why would they take that risk? It was the right call. They were much faster on the slicks.
Well, yeah, it's a difficult situation though when you're in the situation they are in now, a 30-second lead. Do you want to take that risk, or do you want to kind of follow the herd and kind of play it safe with everybody else? I think if you know, some of the Aston Martins, maybe 2nd, 3rd, 4th place, start throwing themselves into the pit lane and putting on some dry weather tyres, I think they may then go for it and try and just cover them off, basically. But are they going to be as brave? It would be exceptional and very entertaining to see if they would actually do that here. So I, for one, hope that they do indeed do that, because it would be very entertaining for us. But yeah, that would be very interesting to see them actually do that. And yeah, I just can't see them doing it while they're in the lead right now, while they're in that comfortable position. It's a very different situation this time around.
Oh, bit of a dive here from Machiashi, who gets down the inside of the number 28 WPS car as they're racing hard, and that position is done. Wasn't too hard, fought too hard by the Audi, and so the position does go the way of the Bentley. Whilst all this is going on, we're approaching their final pit stops before we reach the 12-hour mark. We will jump to a bit of an interview with Niels van der Kerkhout, who joins us here from the 191 Racing Line Motorsport Aston Martin, who we saw have a few issues earlier on in the race. I'm pretty sure there's a bit of an incident, and considering the drivers that you've got in that car, it's a strong car. Running in 5th place, looks like things have been going well for you. Talk us through your race so far.
Hey, good evening, guys. Yeah, we just had a really good start straight from the get-go. I think Kevin made up 5 positions to get P3. And then disaster struck, because on his outlap after the pit stop, he smashed it into the wall, unfortunately. And yeah, there really wasn't much he could do about it. We couldn't continue with the damage either, because it was 40 seconds, a little bit more even. So we had no other option but to pit. So yeah, after that we were kind of bummed out a little bit, but yeah, when the track started drying up, we just made the right call in going for dries, because very quickly that deemed to be the right choice. We were, like, Marek was super fast on the dries as well. We were like a 1.5 seconds quicker than the top even, so we just made up a lot of positions, because a lot of cars had to pit an extra time to go for the dries, because the wets were just, yeah, they were not surviving at all. So we were just lucky that we were on the dries early, and yeah, that managed to get us back into contention for, well, we're in top 5 now, but let's hope we can get in contention for the podium later on.
Looks like weather-wise we might potentially be heading back towards that kind of area, obviously with a slightly colder track temperature. It was 29 degrees earlier, it's now 22 degrees, but potentially that we're heading towards slightly less rain. Are you then going to take another bit of a gamble and try and make that same kind of thing stick?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we want to do now. We'll have to wait if we get a drive-through, which would be a little bit unfortunate, but you know, even if we do, we're just gonna push as hard as we can. We know the pace in the dry is well, the fast on track, at least from what we could have seen in the earlier stints when it was drying up. So yeah, we're feeling confident for the dry, and we're just gonna push our asses off to try and get in podium contention.
Speaking of the penalty, we'll attack that one pretty quickly. Received very briefly a drive-through penalty courtesy of contact with the 129 Clash car. It was obviously rescinded as you're going to appeal it and attempt to appeal it. First question, number one, do you think you can appeal it? Do you think it will go through? Is it more just like a hope, wishful thinking? Also, what actually happened?
Well, yeah, I think, you know, we can appeal it. We have hope that it might be changed. In all fairness, I probably think nothing will change, but, you know, I think all the stewards need to do is look at the previous laps and watch the corner speeds of said car that was in front of us, because he was more than 5 km/h down on his speed in the where we hit him. And I mean, fair enough, we did hit him, but yeah, I don't think Kevin could do much about it. And then, you know, he got a little bit of a slide because of the contact, but then his counter steering, like, yeah, I'm not gonna spend too much words on it, but yeah, that's not how you catch a slide, mate.
So, yeah, clearly a pretty rough moment. Either way, looks like your car's got a lot of pace. Confident to get behind the wheel of the car at some point?
Yeah. My first stint was pretty tough with the tire degradation, because I went from like really not very wet to kind of more wet, but my tires were absolutely gone. So the pace was awful in my first stint, and then the second stint was looking very healthy. The car is just feeling amazing. I think the cars in front of us have a little bit more pace when it's wetter, but yeah, as we've seen, our pace in the dry is a little bit better. So yeah, we just, regardless of what's going to happen with the appeal, we just need to push. And yeah, feeling pretty good for the coming 13 and a half hours. So there's still a long way to go. A lot has happened already, and considering where we're coming from, I think we're on for a good race still.
Well, heads down but chins up, clearly. Good luck to you over the rest of the race, and hopefully we'll catch up with you soon.
Thank you very much, Lewis. Good luck.
Right, Niels van der Kuyt then joining us from the 191 squad, and clearly a busy race that they've been having so far. Hearing about that incident and their rise back up, it taking a bit of a gamble with the weather conditions, and the expectation is that they will take another gamble. I get that. Also, the expectation that I think a few others may see that kind of advantage, and some others may take that kind of gamble as well.
It depends how you really view these changes in conditions coming up. You can look at it with fear and think, oh my goodness, somebody's going to get this right and we're going to get it wrong and it's going to be a disaster. Or you can think, this is a really good opportunity for us to try and climb up the order a little bit more. And, it just kind of depends on how you look at things, really. With a glass half full or a glass half empty, it certainly looks like they've got their glass half full at the moment about these impending weather changes, which are going to be very, very exciting for the next half an hour or so, as that was an exciting moment for Sir Mero, I'm afraid, but it was the wrong kind of excitement for him over the curbs at Radion, and he's lost a lot of time going out onto the straight. But I'll tell you what's catching my eye at the moment, the gap from second place, ninth place, Sean Arnold in the Aston Martin, and all the way down to Philippe Simard in the 1-2-3 Aston Martin. That's 9th to 16th, covered by 23 seconds at the moment, 10 and a half hours into this race. That's an awful lot of cars in not very much space right now out there on the circuit. A very exciting part of the racetrack.
Yeah, just behind that, Vedlik and Behrman, who were very, very close, according to the last sector split, 0.051 between the two as we're riding on board with Lecombe, trying to close down on DV1 Triton, who were the victors last time out, and trying to really take advantage of their misfortunes. But yeah, there is, once again, this is one thing that is noted, that we did note back at Bathurst as well, but with races here, is that you go from a position of there's not too many battles. Although to be fair, we really haven't had much of that this broadcast. Where you have there's not too many battles. There's maybe this, there's maybe that. So then there's this one to focus on. There's that one to focus on. There's this one to focus on. There's that one. Obviously, we've got the one that we've got currently on screen. I'm sure there's probably one or two further back. You've got ones ahead between Vedlik and Behrman. You've got Makchovsky and Simar. You've got obviously the Samarero and Matashi. There's battles that are fairly close up and down the order as Lecombe's going to get to the outside into the braking zone into Lecombe and gets the move done for AAA Esports. Not a bad effort that to outbrake Bentley in that way.
Yeah, Lecombe at Lecombe, which is a pleasing circularity to it. But yeah, it's a good manoeuvre there on the outside of the Bentley, and good straight line speed actually as well down the straight for the Aston Martin to get round the outside there and through, which is good news for AAA Esports, who are into 20th place in the standings right now. But yeah, as you mentioned there's just no point in this race. So we thought, there's nothing really going on right now, is there? It's just constant. There's battles going on all the time, and it's absolutely fascinating to watch as Maskowski comes into the pit lane in his McLaren. That kind of kicks us off for maybe the next round of pit stops, but he's not quite got to that 75-minute mark yet. We're still 7 minutes away and a half, really. So you want to be doing 3 or 4 more laps to get to that moment where you can make it to the 12-hour mark without pitting again, and that's important because intermediate points will be awarded after 12 hours in this race.
Yeah, Jaroslav Honzik also into the pit lane for the Yaz Heat Pirelli car, and Mikhail Stutsenko will be back behind the wheel of that one. The 149, there he is, we can see, so we can even see on screen, we get a little bit of an insight as to what's happening. Stutsenko now back behind the wheel, started the race in that car, and must say, I'm not sure. I actually prefer, it's really hard. But I actually prefer the colours that they had before. The black and blue. I always really like those colours of the Yaz Heat. Although I do quite like the black and yellow that we have on the Yaz Heat, as it's sponsored by Pirelli for this round, and naturally very fitting that in that sense it has to be yellow. Of course it does. It does look very, very striking. And Stutsenko, who's a quality driver himself, back behind the wheels. Stutsenko did qualify quite well, if I remember correctly, last time. Last time out, qualified in 5th place back in Bathurst. Had one of the most bizarre early issues, though, that I've seen from quite a few people, as I'm pretty sure from memory, over the top of the mountain at Bathurst, his wheel had an issue and it hit the ignition, and his car basically turned off over the top of the mountain. Couldn't think of a scarier place for my car to be like, nah, I'm going to turn off now.
Well, yeah. Well, at least the brakes still work, but that's about it for them. So that's a strange moment. I never really heard of that either, to be honest.
No.
Car just switching off randomly. Obviously, it happens in real life, but never in a sim have I really heard of that one. A good free car battle. Well, it's not a free car battle. It's a 2-car battle with a bit of lapped car spice being involved as well, just in front. Not a great exit from Matashi there as the lap car gets out of the way, but it might be too little too late for the Bentley here as Semeraro tries to get down the inside, but no real way through into La Source. Maybe into Lecom will be the opportunity for him, but it's one of these midfield battles from this area from 10th on back where we're seeing some very, very close racing indeed. We go on board now with the GTWR car. Up the hill they go again, and it looks like the Bentley has negotiated that fairly well. No, he hasn't. As soon as I said that, bit of a wiggle at the top of Radion, had to go a little bit wide, and now the 154 is going to get a run. I think he's just a little bit too far back for a lunge.
The literal definition of a commentator's curse right
there.
Oh, no, he's all right. No, he's gone off. Yeah, just pushed it a little bit too far. Again, in the sense that we've seen that happen quite a few times. I'm pretty sure Race Control will be keeping their eye on everyone. They're counting everyone over the top and very much keeping a close eye on who's taking the mick a little bit more than others. And quite clearly that was just a little bit of a snap and catching and then running over the escape a little bit. So, maybe in that sense it's lucky that it's tarmac these days and not a gravel trap. But either way, just maybe seeing how hard Matiashi is having to fight this car. Somerero, who is right there for GTWR, you get a feeling that this Aston Martin is going through at some point. Also, speaking of other battles, as Arnold is under pressure from camera, of course, the battle between the Dalkin Community Car and G2 Esports BMW squad that are fighting the way through. You've also got a car trying to lap them, being the Lada Sport Rosneft car, which I know the fan base will be out in force at some point if anything happens to them and if they get held up at any moment, because it is Yigar Ogorognikov back behind the wheel in 2nd place.
What a name that is, by the way, in 2nd place at the moment. But yeah, the number 41 car really not wanting these two in front right now. It's a fierce battle that's going on for 9th place. It's not as if they're slower cars in front of him. They are still fast cars and going to be difficult to get through, but it's really going to hold up the 41 car. They went a little bit wide actually into the bus stop chicane, but now going to not really get the run into the front straight, but Camera is certainly applying the pressure now to Sean Arnold, who went a little bit defensive into La Source. Camera takes advantage. He goes down the inside into the first turn. Sean Arnold defends by sweeping around the outside, and he holds on for now, but it's hard to see him holding on for many more laps here, because Camera is really starting to apply the pressure and continuing his fantastic march up the field.
Seems like he's enjoying it. It did have a bit of and I love seeing this when you have an attempted move or whatever and the other guy hangs on, or someone does a great move on you. He had a bit of fair play. Looks like that one might not stick though, as Camera is going to try and make the move and complete it on the Dalkin community car. The 38 seems to lift out a little bit into the braking zone before we even get into Les Combes, and Arthur Camera then up another position in the 62. This BMW started out fairly strong. It seems to be getting stronger as the race goes on, and they continue to walk forward. A long gap though to catch Rocket Sim Sports' Jack McIntyre, who is a fair way down the road at present, but either way, decent move, now focusing back towards the battle for 11th place. I said it was going to be a question of when and not if. Well, Sommarero is now ahead of Mattiacci.
Yeah, absolutely. So you were right in that one for him to get through, and it was, well, I don't quite know if it was easy or not, but he seems to be pulling away fairly convincingly afterwards. Yeah, into 11th place for the 154. Hearing reports, by the way, that some teams and drivers are already trying to go onto the slip tyres, which is a little bit earlier than what we saw last time around when the 6 were rolled out very briefly when it got a little bit less rainy out there on the circuit. So it'll be interesting to see how the lap times compare. If they're disastrous, then obviously the leaders aren't going to touch them, but if they start to improve on what they were doing, then they may well come into the pit lane. Personal best coming in for some of those on Slecks, 1.1 seconds quicker than the leaders, quite possibly, we're hearing right now. So the leader does indeed respond. Romagnoli is into the pit lane right now. However, he's not made that driver's stint 75-minute barrier. He's not quite within that. He couldn't save the fuel to do it, so I'm afraid he is not going to be able to pick up the maximum points at the 12-hour mark, and we can tell that already, I'm afraid, with still an hour and 15 remaining.
Yeah, they'd always been a little bit short, but they've come in now. I mean, I don't know how that's quite going to play out, but considering that they are one of the teams that was taking that risk on tyres in the early stages of the race, is maybe now a little bit early. They'd be the team I'd be looking at thinking, what are they going to do? Because they took a risk early and it worked out for them.
Yeah, it did, but we are seeing that Statsenko is out there putting in some fantastic lap times, and we believe that he is on slick tyres. And just look at the way he's just pulled away from the Bentley. He's just overtaken the 777 car. It's really, really time to get onto the slick tyres. And just looking at these lap times coming in right now, 1.1 seconds quicker than the leaders on the last time. We're going to get another view as to what his lap time is as he comes over the line right now and jumps up a place into 24th. So he is improving, personal best rolling in all of the time, and it seems from this indication that it is time to be on the slick tyres. The 32 goes wide, and you just see the way the 149 is just able to easily drive under the Ferrari there and just brush him aside as if he's pretty much standing still. So very, very quick at the moment from this Yasser Pirelli car.
The difference, the main difference is of course the slick tyres are seeming quite faster. Arnold into the pit lane. We're seeing some drivers that will jump onto this risk factor and potentially jump in. The thing is that we're seeing here, of course the slick tyres are, they are a little bit faster now. This could be down to the fact that the wet tyres are quite worn at present. This could be down to any number of things. The thing is with the slick tyres though, is you've got such a narrow window you have to keep it. You've got to make sure those tyre pressures are right. You've got to make sure that you're keeping them warm enough, which is actually quite difficult. You can't overheat, you can't do anything like that. You have to drive them perfectly, and any minor mistake you have is magnified tenfold. And so in that sense that you've basically got to be a really competent driver to get onto the slicks and to keep it on the road. It is so very difficult.
It is very difficult, and also the lap times we're comparing them against are from old wet tyres instead of the new slicks that they've just put on for the Yasser Pirelli team, so that might be misleading us slightly, and these teams have got to make a calculated decision now. As round the outside goes Jan Beerman into the front. That's a fantastic move if you can make that stick up the inside for the final part of the bus stop chicane. They come out side by side, and that's a very impressive manoeuvre indeed. Mattiacci moves down into 12th place, and Jan Beerman from seemingly nowhere has got up into 11th place.
Had a great qualifying on Thursday, qualified up in 5th spot to the ambassadors for Red Welton team. And then various issues that have plagued them dropped them backwards, and I didn't think they were going to recover really anyway up the order, but they are certainly showing that they have the pace to qualify in 5th place as they're working their way back forwards, approaching the halfway point in the race. And yet, pace seems really, really good from the ambassadors for Red Welton squad, who, from memory as well, were fairly impressive back in the first round. They were certainly, this is like no disrespect to the Red Welton Pro team, because they are obviously a strong outfit, and the Lamborghini didn't really match Bathurst very well, but they did out-qualify the Ren Welton Pro team, did the ambassadors for Ren Welton at the previous round. They were just outside of the top 20, which sounds terrible, but it's over halfway on this grid, which I'm not going to lie, I don't know about you, I'd take, considering how strong the VCO World Cup is. So a good effort in qualifying there, and a good effort in qualifying here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's just about converting in the race, really, isn't it? As in a 24-hour race, qualifying doesn't actually mean very much. It's just about converting. This car converted last time out at Bathurst in the 12 hours, by the way. The Pink Performance car, 10th place, a good 40 points to their name, which is a very good points haul, but I'm afraid 36th at the moment. Not where they wanted to be whatsoever, and they're just in behind the Honda of Jonathan Boivin, who also put in a very, very good performance last time out in the last race for the 416 team. They came in sixth place, in the last race. So these two teams, having had fantastic runs in Bathurst, are now, 34th and 36th at the moment. It's hard not to be disappointed for those guys, unless they had a real dream Bathurst. It's hard not to be disappointed with a run outside of the top 30 at the moment.
Anyone who joined us in the Sim Grid through the Best of British Championship, I did bring up a stat. I think it was even over the first. It was certainly over the first 2 rounds, potentially the first 3. Either way, there was a stat that we brought up. It was a 5-round championship of races that were 90 minutes, and some were 2.4 hours. And basically, the thing that we had from that was, it's a short championship, but there was a lot of inconsistency in the sense, I'm pretty sure after 2 or 3 rounds, only one driver, I think it was after 2 rounds, one driver had been in the top 10 in both races, and after 3, no one had. And I get the feeling that we're seeing the same kind of things unfold here, that we're not seeing many teams able to repeat consistent performances. Now, this could be down to a bit of balance of performance, how the Aston Martins, we can see, we're not blind to it, the Aston Martins are very well matched to the Spa-Francorchamps, especially in the wet, and that's what we're seeing. So that's potentially a part of it, but it's just the way with the success ballast as well, with how close the field is, that minor differences make a huge difference. We're seeing this as well in the Sprint Cup. We're seeing this basically anywhere in the Sim Grid when it's a competitive championship, that putting in consistent results is really, really difficult. And to be honest, I'd almost say for a championship, not actually necessary in this case, because the points margins, I would take 2 wins and then a bad race. Because
yes,
it really does, a win really does benefit you a lot.
Well, to be fair, a podium is what you really want around here, because the point system goes 80, 74, 70, 52. There's an 18-point gap between 3rd and 4th, so the emphasis on getting a podium in these races is actually massive. In F1, it's like, you want to win a race because it's 7 points between the two, between 1 and 2, as 1 get their penalty reinstated, so drive-through penalty for those guys. But yeah, getting a podium in this series is very, very important. So I think you're right. If you get 2 podiums in the first 2 races, for example, or 2 out of the first 3 races, and then kind of take the pain of the success ballast for the next race, I think that's a good trade-off as well, especially if you pick up a good amount of intermediate points like some of the teams are going to do at the 24 hours here this weekend.
Yeah, focusing on getting those 24-hour races right is absolutely crucial. Confirmation there on your screen, the penalty has been reinstated for the car 191. Did get the opinion of Niels van der Kekelt on that one, but not good enough to overturn that penalty, and they have received the penalty. Seclari behind the wheel of the 191 car at the moment, the Racing Line Motorsport team. It was contact with the Clash Motorsport Aston Martin that's sort of going to see them drop down the order a little bit, but they've got the pace, and realistically, I've said this about the 191 before, that is a proper maybe even an underdog in comparison to GTR, WR. I don't know how you'd really view it in that sense, but they are really a super team because they're an incredibly strong team when you count for Saklari and of course Marek Shins, who was so fast in those wet to drying scenario earlier on in the race. Then you've got George Boothby and Niels van der Kakkel, who we caught up with earlier. Incredibly strong team. So if they're anyone that can come back from a drive-through penalty, it probably would be them, especially as we are approaching that point where maybe the dry tyres very much coming into it. We're seeing that with the Yaz Heat car that Senko is behind the wheel. Also, a bit of a note, we've just passed midnight local time here in Europe, obviously not here in the UK, but over in Europe. So we've passed that. We're now in a new day. And for some drivers, they're hoping to wake up from a bit of a nightmare. Other drivers are definitely not wanting to wake up from a bit of a dream, because for some, it's gone really, really well here at Spa, and for others, definitely not so much. And I'm sure the 111 are very much on the side of, can we just skip this one, please?
Yeah, can we go home now? It's not been the best race for those guys so far, but this is about how you win championships. You need to slog through these difficult days in a championship. You know, not every race is going to go brilliantly in the VCO World Cup. You're going to have the success ballast, which is going to really, really hold you back. The car is not going to suit you or suit the track as much as you're hoping for at one of these races, but it's in those kind of races that really define a championship. You need to try and grab as many points as you possibly can from that particular race, and if you can indeed do that, then that's how you win the championship. So while it may not look spectacular, it may not look pretty right now for the DV1 Triton Racing team, the 111, they are making some very important strides towards a championship charge this season with this drive here today. So it's very important to still kind of monitor their progress, and very important for them to try and pick up as many points as they possibly can, so that when they are in a good place to put in a fantastic performance at a circuit like we know they can do, like they did at Bathurst, for example, in the 12-hour last time out, you know, that we know that they can do that, so they need to get themselves in the best possible position to do that when the opportunity rolls around.
Yeah, you were saying that the 416 did well at Bathurst, as well as the 25, as well as the car that is now on the attack in this scenario. The 21 did very, very well, finished in 4th position that day, and they'll be very disappointed with their current run of form. We went over that with the WPS squad a little bit earlier, how they may not be super impressed with where they are, but still trying to work their way up the order. And he'll be the position on the Honda. Not well fought. A little bit of a mistake there for Campus. Open the door for Anka to get through, and didn't need a second invitation to that one. By the way, a bit of a note on the 25 behind this, Vit behind the wheel of the Peak Performance car. They've received, as far as we've been told, they've received their final warning for track excursions at Radion, another team to add to that list. I'm sure that list is getting ever longer as we're going to start running out of people to stick on that list. A lot of drivers been a bit naughty over that, and I think that's the MCW team trying to fire their way through a bit of lap traffic. They're trying to unlap themselves.
And they need a new Excel spreadsheet at this rate for the amount of people who are on the track limits list at the moment, the naughty list. It's one of those things at Spa that we've talked about before, how it's just so easy to do around here. So even if you don't intend to, even though a lot of them are intentional, and they do intend to gain time, even if it can be done very, very easily around here, certainly. So, that's another one to add to the list, I'm afraid. But we have had word as well that the 191 has served its drive-through penalty that we knew was coming for those guys. They got it for an incident, I believe it was it for hitting the 911 Porsche, wasn't it? I can't remember which.
No, it's for hitting the 129, the Clash car.
Okay. Yeah, well, anyway, I've forgotten which car it was for hitting, but anyway, it was for hitting a car. They appealed it. They didn't get through with the appeal, and so they have now dropped down a place. They served the drive-through, but only dropped one place, and considering how close the field is for the majority of it, that's quite lucky for them, to be honest, to only lose that one position. However, they have... they've stayed on the lead lap, just about, with that one. There's now 6 cars on the lead lap, as opposed to 5, as there was earlier.
Yeah, this is down to obviously people running off on varying different strategies. At the moment, the Lada Sport Rosenef team is leading the way, setting some pretty decent times, as well as Yiga Rogorognikov, who's currently heading the field, is actually pulling out, as far as I can see on times. Oh no, it was closing in. Sorry, I was about to say it was pulling out quite a lot on Rossi. I'm not 100% sure who's in the beneficial scenario, but it was 2:36 is what I can see on the previous. I'm not 100% sure if that's right. I think it might be. Yiga Rogorognikov was outlap. There we go. Making sense now as we're trying to figure out what's been going on here at Spa. They're all sort of on completely differing strategies at the front of the field, and it's a bit hard to work out where and who is gaining the most.
Yeah, I mean, when the 164 cycles through to the lead, as it just has, it has done, we often do lose one or two cars from the lead lap, so it does often change around, but obviously outlaps and, positional changes is going on all the time at the moment. But we do actually have a new driver in the race leading 164 car. Gianluca Rossi has got in into that car, so we've got a new driver out the front of the field, and so he'll be looking to settle himself in to the next to the next stint, I suppose. Battle's continuing on further down. We're looking at the 6:01 and we jump up to the 9:95 now, trying to close in on the 154, although I'm not entirely sure if they've just got through on them. No, sorry, that's another car in the background looking very similar to another. Is it?
I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, it is the 154. Your eyes don't deceive you, young Ewan.
Well, there you go. He's into 10th place anyway, Jan Bierman. He's been in one of those on a trip, like Camaro, who we were talking about a little bit earlier on, coming through the field. It gained about 8 placings since we've been here in the last 3 hours. Bierman's been another one of those, gaining quite a few places in the last few moments.
Look for drivers and teams that are pitting now. So for the likes of Yiga Rogorognikov, actually things are looking really, really good, because they're pitting with 60 minutes left to go in this stint. Remembering that points are awarded at the 12-hour point. Nice look backwards as well as the exhaust fired off from the Audi R8 that we're on board with of Bouquet. That's a great angle, Mr. Mike Yao, broadcast director. It should mean that Yiga Rogorognikov will potentially be leading when we pass the 12-hour point. Was leading past the 6-hour point, got 40 points then. Potentially in the best position to get another 40 points. The 164, as we see the 416 there of the Elvis Grattan car get dropped there. That was actually legitimately for position as well. But yeah, for the 164 car, it does mean that the GTWR squad that's leading the race at the moment, considering that they pitted with 76 laps to go, 76 minutes before the halfway point of the race, looks like they're going to lose out further points on the Lada Sport Rosenef team.
Yeah, it does indeed. I mean, they could have saved an extra lap, I suppose, but it just depends how slowly you have to go to save that extra lap. And they've clearly decided that winning the race at the end of the day is much more important. They much rather go a little bit faster right now, they're still going to pick up decent points, let's face it. I think they're going to get third by the 12-hour mark. This one on the cycle, it tends to work out that the 164 goes into third briefly before the 41 and the 211 actually come into the pit lane. So third place points at the halfway stage is not bad at all, and they've decided the kind of trade-off, the points that they would have gained by saving a lap is not worth the risk of letting those behind catch up to you a little bit, because they've got a comfortable 30-second lead right now, and they'd much rather sit on that lead right now rather than kind of risk playing games with the intermediate points and trying to save a lap of fuel. They'd rather just keep that lead, consolidate it for the moment. You never know what can happen later down the line, so try and get to the end of the 24 hours, try and win the race overall. They clearly value that as much more important as trying to save laps of fuel and back time to the 12-hour mark to get these points.
Yeah, it's sort of the dilemma that was on the cards when we did this sort of idea back when we were doing the Best of British Championship, when it had the interval points as well at the halfway point of the 2.4-hour races. So obviously an hour and 12 minutes into that, and there would be points dished out, and it was whether you were going for the championship or the race win or something, and how you would play your points. And because your strategy may change, it may differ slightly as to how far you want to go dependent on whether you're aiming to win the race, what's the fastest actual strategy? Turned out for George Boothby that if you just dominate the race, it's fine, don't worry about it. Win the interval points and win the race, who cares? But in this kind of scenario, yeah, you've got people playing it in slightly different ways, and I do get the idea. I would want to be, let's say, I'd be treating them as 3 separate races in a sense. Like, you want to win the 6 hour, you want to win the 12 hour, and you want to win the 24 at the end. Like, treat them as different bits and try and strategize your way to be out front, because all of the points really do matter. That said, if you're running your strategy backwards, you're leaving yourself in position to win the race in a good half a day's time, still 13 hours left to go in the race. It's a big race to win, the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Spa here. It's probably one of the bigger ones that you can get on ACC.
Yeah, exactly, and so that's why I think the 164 have taken that decision, really. But, you know, I agree with you that, you know, you do need these intermediate points. It's very important for you to be up there and get those points. However, if you're back timing and strategizing so hard for these 6 and 12 hour points, how much are you compromising your race later on? You know, you've got to really do a trade-off. You know, it's kind of, you could, by winning both of these intermediate points, you could get the same amount of points for winning the race overall. You know, you could grab 80 points by 12 hours done in this race, and it looks like the 41 team may end up doing that here in this race. But what's the trade-off for that? You know, how much is that going to hamper your race? Because if you're back timing, short fueling, doing all these things to try and get your best position possible in the intermediate points, are you going to end up making an extra stop compared to those around you over the course of the 24 hours because of that? It's such an interesting dynamic that we have with these kind of points gathered at 6 and 12 hours. Some people really hate the fact that you can get points before actually ending the race, but I actually really like it. It just adds that little bit of strategy, because, I mean, what would we be talking about at this stage in the race otherwise? We'd be saying, you know, about the battles that are going. I know there are a lot of battles to be watching at the moment in this race, and we wouldn't be bored, certainly, but it just adds that extra layer to the race that I think is really official to everybody, really. Well, maybe not the drivers, because they have got something else to work out along on the fly, but, you know, for a spectator, certainly, it's very entertaining, and another thing for us to wrap our head around throughout the 24 hours.
I wouldn't want to be doing my strategy backwards now, because the reason I say that is because if it dries up, all of the strategy that you've just worked out, trying to run backwards, throw that in a bin. Because if it dries out, the Aston Martin stints may end up being shorter stints. Obviously, you know, your fuel will go for a certain mileage in a sense, and then you'll be using slightly less fuel in the wet because you're on throttle slightly less. As the track speeds up, you'll do more laps in a 75-minute period, not by much, but you might do a lap more in that 75-minute period, which then means that if you were pushing it close to the 75-minute point, you can't do that because you were already quite close on fuel. So now you're a little bit under. You're actually close to the 70-minute mark, and so if you've run backwards with all these numbers in your mind, they may end up just getting thrown into the bin. And so, in a sense, just treat it as we are seeing it. That was the Clash car, I think, that's come into the pit lane as we're focusing on the Grip Packs Engineering World Cup car of Kettler. Also, we're seeing that battle between Tarek Gamel behind the wheel at the moment of the Williams Esports squad, just behind Luca Burke, the Slovenian, in the 22. Back behind the wheel, replacing Jack McIntyre, who's hopped out of the car. A couple of drivers as well switching. Tauscher back behind the wheel in the 211 car, who's currently running up in 3rd position as well. A few driver swaps late in the night, and the main one that we'd note up there as well is that Niels Nyox is back behind the wheel of the 62. The reason why I say the main one is they are changing every single stop, I'm pretty sure. I don't think that, maybe Arthur Camera's done a couple, but I'm pretty sure they're changing every time they're in the pit lane. I'm
pretty sure Camera did a couple. Yeah, but that's very strange strategy. Not something we often see, really. It's kind of this real trade-off that you have. You know, these guys are going to be very rested if they're doing only 1 hour at a time. However, how much sleep are you really going to get overnight? Because they've only got 3 drivers. That if you're rotating the 3 around, that's still only 2 hours of you actually not driving. How much sleep are you actually going to get throughout the night? I mean, none of these guys are going to get a great amount of sleep. I'm not thinking a solid 10 hours of sleep. You know, nobody's going to be getting that kind of thing. But nobody's going to be getting that kind of thing. But you know, these guys are going to be having like very short sleeps indeed. how is that going to affect their performance later on in the race? Is my only fear about that one. Or are they going to change it up throughout the night? Are they going to go a little bit longer now that we are deep into that? And they're going to go double stints just to make things a little bit easier on themselves?
I do feel bad talking about sleep around Michael Hamlet and Mike Yao behind the scenes. Going to be up all the way through the Thrustmaster 24 hours of Spa. But I mean, when I used to do endurance racing and stuff, when I used to sim race, I still do sometimes. It's very rare. I'm not very good at it anymore. We always used to have 3 driver squads in 24-hour races, and it's an experience that some people really like. You have to be teamed up with the right people, though. You have to be teamed up with like-minded people who are in it, because if there's some slight issues, trust me, tiredness and fatigue really do cause issues. And if you're already stressed out, if you're already disliking some of the people that you spend in time, oh god, this guy smells. You end up getting to a point where you actually fall out. You end up having an argument or whatever, and yeah, it's not ideal. Thankfully, I was teamed up with nice people, so it was all right.
Well, yeah, that's what they thought of you after.
Yeah, exactly. You're only as fast as your slowest driver. Thankfully, it was me, and I was really bad.
Well, yeah. Well, anyway, yeah, it's a good point, because you do need to. I think it's kind of an underrated quality of an endurance team, actually. The fact that it's, you know, as we're seeing a bit of Jardier's stream on the stream right now, he looks very cheerful for. Well, it's going to be like midnight where he is, but it looks very cheerful. As always, but there you are. Out there, I'm trying to see where those guys are actually in the race right now, but certainly made a brave strategy call in the last few moments, and it seems to be working out for them at the moment.
They're currently running in 21st position. I did have the joy of commentating 2 years ago, so back in 2019 with Mr. Honzik. He's an overwhelmingly happy person. He really engages well with his community, as we saw a little bit of issues there at Radion, yet another car to add to that list. But he really engages with his community in a very happy and positive way. And I can't remember who it was about in a sense, but you know, we've seen this before with like communities and stuff where they can kind of get a little bit out of hand. But I did respect, though, he had a tweet. This is a good month or two ago, about how some of his fans had gone out and essentially, because of like something that had happened on track with Honzik and someone else, that they'd gone out and effectively, like in a not so nice way, effectively attacked that other person, you know, over the internet and whatever. And rather than burying his head in the sander about it or anything like that, Honzik was right on Twitter, was right on them about it, and being like, you cannot do this, don't ever do that. If you ever see that, basically you're not a fan of mine, etc, etc. And I like that, because he's on top of it and basically going, that attitude is not acceptable. Doesn't matter who it is, we're all racing, we're all here for a bit of fun and a bit of a hobby.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a danger with some of these people who do gather large followings and then enter into leagues. And there's nothing wrong with people with large followings entering any kind of league, but there is always a danger with the people who you are racing against. If it could just be a mistake or anything, any kind of incident, it could even be not their fault at all. But there's still, you know, fans of people tend to kind of, you know, have their rose-tinted glasses on, so to speak, and see things in a different way. So yeah, it's very good of him to outline to everyone that isn't okay, and he's right. It's very very good of him to do that kind of thing, just to show to everyone about what's you know, what the kind of rules are, in inverted commas, the unwritten rules of the community. As trying to go down the inside there was Marco Macri of the Racing Line Motorsport team, the 194, trying to get through on the 28 Audi and getting a very good exit off of the curve Paul Frere at the moment, as we see what happened to the Honda going through Radion. Can't see him for the moment. Maybe this is him. Hard to tell from up here.
There we go.
There it is.
I was going to say.
Top spinning car. There he is, off the road. But no barriers hit once again.
Cameraman tracking the wrong car there. Mike, yeah. Giving it a good go. It's not the wrong one coming up the hill, but it is incredibly hard to pick up. Yeah, absolutely. Macri, we're currently seeing on screen, I believe he has got by the Audi of Vedlik and up into 15th position, so a little bit of a swap there. Also ahead of this, the 720 Carbon Sim Sport McLaren is under pressure from Van Druten, behind in the 995 Ambassadors for Ren Welton for 12th position. So still, like I said, continued battles. We've also got the 149, which is the Yaz Heat Pirelli car. I'm pretty sure fairly recently has got by the 35 Aston Martin. That'll be the Greek Souvlaki squad team. And so it's got a few drivers making some moves in the late night.
Yeah, so let's see in the next few moments to see brake changes in the next few minutes. I'm just trying to listen and talk at the same time. It's quite difficult.
It's
maybe
hard
brake. I know it's hard work, yeah. But there you go. I'm being told to get on with it and stop moaning. Anyway, maybe might need some brake changes in the next few moments. Something that has also is a factor that these guys will have to think about in this race. So very much looking forward to seeing the strategy of that. When do you take it? How do you do it? And what stage in the race are you going to go for it? Is another element of the strategy to add into this race.
But okay, right, so here's the thing though, when it comes to that if they're doing brake changes now, they're doing it before the 12-hour point. They've got a long time to go. Yeah, as we're being told, it is such a good point that if they've not reached the halfway point, if I want a brake change, I either want it on the halfway point or ever so slightly over it, because at least then at least the brakes have gone that distance.
Yeah, that's
just interesting.
That's very interesting indeed. So we're hearing as well, Aston Martin very well known for chewing through its brakes a little bit more. I guess it is one of the heavier cars, does make sense. But if all of those Aston Martins are having to, think about that. We've got, what is it at the moment? Top 7, all Aston Martin. If they have to make an extra brake change in this race, then all of a sudden it's wide open for all of the manufacturers in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Seeing that's the kind of stuff that could make things wide open if you're not careful with how things change. Also, by the way, just saw down the order. I don't really, because obviously he's not having a great race around it, but they are having good fun. Adam Christodoulou, of course, real world racing driver who's trying to get himself into sim racing, is Christo, and I think a drive-through penalty it certainly is to him in the SG Stern squad. Said he enjoyed driving around Bathurst a little bit, just had a little bit, didn't really have the time to get used to it. But a driver who's trying to get into sim racing a little bit, more so from an entertaining point of view rather than I'm taking this seriously. but clearly enjoying it. The drive-through we're reckoning might be for track limits in-game or something in-game rather than anything that we've delivered it. I've actually been told it's pit lane speeding.
Yeah, that's a pretty slam dunk one, isn't it, really? Speeding in or out of the pit lane. And it's somewhat easy to do if you haven't practiced it, although at this stage in the race, with the amount of pit stops that these guys have done, you'd expect them to be well versed in what speed they should be doing and where they should be braking to reach that speed by the line. But anyway, they've managed to pick up a drive-through penalty for their actions, I'm afraid. But up the order just a little bit more. This battle isn't really going away, is it? P15, the 194 on the 28, battling once again. This time it's WPS Racing Team piling on the pressure to the Bentley in front. And it was almost about 2 or 3 laps ago, it was the exact opposite way around for these two. They're not really leaving each other alone right now, and battling over 15th. Not many cars really around them right now. It's got a good 10-second gap to the car in front and a few seconds to the Audi in behind. That's the reigning champions, the 157, getting a little bit closer, I think, actually. 3.1 seconds is the gap at the moment. It could become a 3-car battle before long.
Yeah, Simonini behind the wheel of that one. The 157 that's closing in has a bit of I think the title was, we were given the team, what his title was inside the team. It's Team Manager International, which sounds like a bad spin-off film, because it was of a different franchise. But either way, got obviously one of the managers of the team. I don't know about you, Ewan, but if I'm driving in the car that the manager of the team is driving in, I'm feeling a little bit extra pressure, just like, I've really got to perform now.
Yeah, because you could very easily be out the back door if you don't perform, or indeed throw it off at any point. I do agree. There could be a little bit of extra pressure involved. That could be good or bad, because some people do kind of thrive in that kind of pressured environment, and some people really just cower away into a corner and really don't thrive in a pressure situation like that at all. So we'll see how that one kind of develops, but certainly the 157 is catching up on this battle right now for 15th position. It's definitely going to become a 3-car fight before long. There's a bit of lap traffic involved in this one, so also a 3-car battle going on for 12th place. It's just difficult to know where to look right now, isn't it, really, with all the battles going on. If we try to show you every single pass that goes on in the circuit, then we'll be here till next Tuesday, to be honest. So we haven't quite got time for all the overtakes, but yeah, pick of the bunch at the moment seems to be this one, with the Bentley trying to get through on a lap car, and side by side heading towards Pouon at the moment, with Nowakowski getting passed there by Simart there in the 1-2-3 car in the Aston Martin.
Yeah, good move into Pouon. Fantastic commitment from the Aston Martin, the 1-2-3 of FFS Racing, who they've had an issue. Remember them getting hit over the top Radion. I think they hit another car that was already spinning out, and they didn't really have a chance to avoid it. It wasn't a massive hit, so they'd be all right. Also got this battle as the Yasheet Pirelli car is under pressure from the Greek Souvlaki squad that we've got on screen at present. There's a Ferrari behind that's a lap down on all of this scenario, but the 35 applying pressure to Stutsenko, who had so good pace as the stint opened for him, but potentially dropping off a little bit. If not, clearly the 35 is going mighty quick at the moment. I think it's more so the Yasheet Pirelli car is dropping off a little bit pace-wise as the stint's unfolding.
Well, let's not forget they were the first ones to go onto those tyres, so they might be a little bit older than those around them, and so it might be hampering them slightly at this stage in the race. But the pace certainly has picked up in the last few moments. The lap times are coming down generally, and yeah, things are just getting closer really at front of the field, in the mid part of the field, and there's battles going on at the back as well. But Yasheet falling away ever so slightly with the Stutsenko. It must have felt amazing though to come out of the pit lane on those dry tyres. I feel like you've got all the grip in the world. It's very hard not to overdo it and ruin your tyres, because you just feel like you've got all the grip in the world. It's going to last forever, but then it really does tail off very, very quickly indeed.
When you go out onto circuit on slick tyres just at the right time when other people are on wets, it does actually feel like you're playing against the AI, and it's just like, oh, I really need to turn it difficult. Oh no, wait, I'm not playing against the AI. These are just other people that are on the wrong tyres. And it's a lot of fun. It's kind of scary as the Greek Souvlaki squad to the inside, and that Aston Martin on the Yasheet Pirelli car. No, we through all bit of contact there on the rear right quarter of that McLaren 720. So not the best time to be making contact, but either way, that is what has happened. I'm pretty sure that Ferrari, by the way, that's coming through, pretty sure it's the John Lacey Esports Academy car of Santoro, who's a lap down on this in 25th spot, but obviously the next car on circuit. If you're a lap down, do you fight your way past this? Because I mean, time-wise, you clearly see that these guys are a bit slower. You want to get by. You want to try and get on with your own race and try and maybe get that lap back on these guys. Do you think that's all right to fight your way back past?
I think it's all right, but if I was driving that car, I'd see these two maniacs in front, and I wouldn't really want to get involved in it, to be quite honest with you, because it has accident written all over it at some parts of the track. Obviously they're hoping that things will stay clean. It's been a very, very clean race so far, especially from the hours we've been. I hope I've not commentators cursed it again. From
proper jinx.
That is a proper jinx, isn't it? But no, it really has been very, very clean so far. So it would be, I think it would be okay for the 27 to actually get involved in this one. I wouldn't. If I was, one of their teams, I'd probably be annoyed, because obviously you don't want to lose time. But as a spectator, as a neutral, I think it's all right for those guys to get involved as long as they have the pace. Although now that they're falling away, it's probably not the best idea yet.
It's kind of, I'm always like very much one of these people that would very much push for blue flags. I'm always like, if you've got a blue flag, you've got to get out of the way. However, in something like this, this endurance racing, it's not multiclass. Just why not? A bit of extra action, bit of extra spice. Why not? Which, to be fair, over the course of the opening 12 hours to the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Spa. We've not been short on spice and action. We've had plenty of it as we're riding on board with the front splitter on the Aston Martin of the Greek Souvlaki squad. And on the central part of the screen, we've got Simar, who made a move on the 720 carbon McLaren not too long ago, going down into P1, and now is trying to fight his way past Semeraro as well. And there's the move done. That is impressive.
Yeah, down the inside of Blanchemont is not something you see very often, and you don't often see them come out of the other side on the right side of the white line either, but he's just been able to do that. That was very, very impressive from Chordakis there. Indeed, into 20th place, fully deserves that position as well. Statsenko demoted to 21st, with Blaža trying to get onto the back of these guys. 1.1 seconds is very, very close to the back of these guys, and this is a very close battle as well. Lots of cars in a very small space right now, and we're also hearing, by the way, that we've got 4 cars with their final track limits warning on the last lap. These guys really starting to use up their track limits warnings and getting down to absolutely 0 before they get a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, you don't want to be getting a drive-through penalty now. I mean, if you've got a final warning, Simard though on the exit of campus, maybe a little bit over the AstroTurf, a little bit too far, potentially getting pitched by a bit of gravel as well for good measure. Got by the SG Stern car that Christodoulou is currently piloting, who's lapped traffic and all this, and the peak performance Audi is certainly not helping things for the 154 GTWR car at the moment, and potentially is going to open the door for Philippe Simard to try and make a move. He's heavy on the brakes in the FFS car. I don't think he's going to be quite close enough as they head through the chicane. Christodoulou, though, nearly makes contact with the rear end of the Aston Martin that we're currently riding on board with. Can see him in the rear view mirror. That pink performance Audi is causing trouble and chaos to these two.
Oh, he's trying to get out of the way, I think, now into La Source, and lets them both through. Actually lets Christodoulou through as well now on the inside at La Source. But this is the battle we are focusing on between these two Aston Martins. It's for 12th and 13th at the moment. FFS Racing, let's not forget, came second last year in the World Cup. Not quite doing as well so far in this season, but this would start them off as to getting some more points, at least in this race. Here he is in the slipstream at the moment for Simard. It's going to have to be the outside line because Semero's covered the inside, although he opens it up again about halfway down the Kemmel Straight. Down the inside goes the FFS Racing car, and in the end Semero didn't really contest it on the turn in there. He was weaving down the straight looking like he was going to defend really hard for that, but when they actually got to the corner he decided to let him go.
I think he was so coming out of the Kemmel curve onto the Kemmel Straight, pulled over to the right side thinking, no, I am going to defend it, and then went, is it worth it though? And then he went, no, do you know what, I'm just going to pull over to the left and we're just going to get on with this, because there's a lot of, like, that is evaluating risk, which is a lot of what you're doing in endurance racing. You're evaluating risk, you're weighing up whether it is worth it, pushing whatever it is to the very limit, and seeing if those battles are really required to push it that far. And clearly in that position just thought, no, clearly not right now. Let's just back out of that one. Vedlik, as we were saying, right on the back of Macri, did close that gap down after being passed by the Bentley, and it's very much in contention for retaking 15th position as we're back on board with Dominic Blyer on the rear end of Statsenko, whose pace clearly is dropping off, and DV1 Triton moving their way forward, lights flashing up towards Les Combes, and the Polish team, the Polish outfit that have been so very strong in Polish Assetto Corsa racing. They've really put in some great results as a squad, and then of course winning here from the front row at Bathurst in the VCO World Cup opening round down under the 12 hours of Bathurst, now trying to get by Yazheat, who was a team they were very close with in the early stages, and Yazheat running wide, and the 111 gets through there into Rivage. Move done, little bit of a mistake there from Statsenko.
Yeah, mistake, just looked a little bit bizarre really, that one did from Statsenko. Just pulled a little bit wide out of the long downhill right-hander, the hairpin, and yeah, that was remarkably easy compared to what we've seen in the past. So yeah, slightly bizarre, but either way, the DV1 guys are not going to care whatsoever because they're going to be up into 21st position. A couple more points for those guys. So the 1-2-3 gets a drive through. That could be track limits. although unconfirmed for the moment. We'll get that confirmed or unconfirmed for you when we know what that's for. But yeah, 12th place at the moment. The 1-2-3 just battled through on the 154, but they're just going to lose a load of more positions. It's actually for contact with the 194. That was must have been a little bit earlier on the lap 258, which is a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, a good 15 laps earlier in the race, received a penalty for that. Of course, the 194 is the car that's ahead of the car that we're looking at. McGlade, that's the Racing Line Motorsport 194, their second car on the road. They've got an Aston Martin up in that top lot, and they've obviously got that Bentley down the order. So a drive-through penalty for FFS Racing. Won't be too pleased with that, and I think they're going to have to accept it and run their way into pit lane. Another drive-through penalty applied for avoidable contact. We've seen an awful lot of them. I would go through the list that is on the left-hand side of my screen, but it's a list that is quite long. There's been an awful lot of avoidable contact in the race, which you'd expect, right? It's tricky conditions. It's Spa, where you kind of really want to go racing. You're desperate for a good result. It's been 12 hours, so it's been half a day nearly, and there's also 46 cars.
Yeah, I was going to say,
it's a big grid. You're going to get issues.
There's a lot of them. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, you're bound to run into somebody else. It doesn't even have to be a battle that we've seen out there for a natural position in this race. It could just be a lappery at any point. It could just be some kind of incident off the start or whatever it is. It's very easy to kind of just make a mistake, have that bit of contact, and when the concentration levels are starting to waver just ever so slightly at this stage in the race, we're getting towards, in Central European time, getting towards 1 a.m. We're not into the true graveyard hours just yet. There's still going to be a lot of energy coursing through these guys' veins right now, I suspect. But when we get later on, 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m, when the sun's just coming up, you just think, oh, these guys are going to be so tired, and there's going to be a little bit more avoidable contact then, I'd imagine, as well.
Yeah, I think we normally see at some point through the night there's some silly stuff, although with the drivers on this grid, maybe not. I think some of them have got it out of their system. By the way, I did go through and count, including a couple of warnings. It's 30 notes from the race direction, which sounds like so many, but with you say 47 cars from the start of the race, and it's been 11 and a half hours, that is not actually that many. Realistically, I mean, you're talking of around 2 or 3 notes per hour, which isn't many. Think of it, if you're doing like a GT race that's an hour long and you get 3 incidents over it, I mean, over a 47 car grid, that's not bad. And so, all things considered, as much as that list looks really long, it certainly isn't that bad. Defending series champions, GTWR R8G Academy, their leading car on their team sheets, but certainly not the leading car for them this race. Down the order, but with 35 kilos on board, working their way back up, and a potential top 15 on the cards as they're on the back of Vedelic, who's obviously on the back of Macri. Those two switched around, and now they're close to switching again. And another Audi entering the fray of this battle, and it becomes a 3-way fight for the top 15.
Yeah, Giorgio Simeoni driving that 157 car at the moment. He was one of those drivers who actually took the victory in the 2020 World Cup. And so, yeah, he did a fantastic performance last year to do that, and putting in a decent one so far this year. Also won Battle of the Outcasts recently at the Sim Grid, so he's clearly a driver in form, clearly a very capable driver as well. Going to look to take these two drivers very, very quickly, but he's just made a little bit of a mistake into Stavolo there and dropped back ever so slightly. A very, very busy part of the track though, because not too far in front is Nowakowski of the 720 McLaren team, so this is turning into almost a 4-car train, as these three, while they're battling with each other, are catching the McLaren in front. So it's all kind of converging together in this midfield battle, which is just increasingly exciting.
I'm not sure, I'd have to go and double check on the entry list, but of all of the GTWR squads, I'm pretty sure all 5 are the ones in split 1. Or rather 4 of the 5 in split 1 then in this scenario would be have 4 drivers. Except this car, which has 3, which is, interesting to note that the one that they're potentially trying to go for the championship again has only 3 cars, because of course you've got Simonini, you've got Pfeffer, and you've got Jordan Sherritt. who are the drivers of this car. Interesting though that this is the 3-car team, and it's also the one with the team manager international as part of it as well. Curious decision, that one.
It is a little bit curious, but maybe they feel that 3 drivers is a little bit more manageable because it's only 3 different tastes of car you have to actually take into account when you're doing a setup. So, and picking a car. Yeah, it's swings and roundabouts, really, isn't it? With getting these guys ready for a race. Yeah, this is a proper 4-car battle now. They've cleared the pink performance car. That was a lap car, just getting out of the way, the Audi there, and now we have a proper fight on our hands. 3 manufacturers, 4 cars, and they're all separated by less than about a second and a half.
Yeah, Nowakowski, I thought was far enough clear of them, but quite clearly not, as he's dropped backwards into the clutches of the 194. The 28 and the 157 behind are pretty tight on the rear end as well. I'm pretty sure they've been losing time as well. Whilst they've been close and potentially battling, Jack Keithley in the number 5 Williams eSports car is also closing, and as a driver with a fair few accolades, brought those up a little bit earlier in the broadcast, and I wouldn't put it past them. Obviously them in an Aston Martin, they'd qualified quite low and worked their way up, a squad that's well known in sim racing, as there's a potential move from McGlade, more defending from Vedelijk behind, and look who's ready to pounce. Simonini is right there and ready.
Yeah, absolutely. They're all stacking up very, very closely now. And on board with Simonini, this is the best seat in the house, really, to watch this battle unfold, with Macri trying to get through on Nowakowski, and then it's all going to kick off behind with Vedelijk trying to get involved as well. Everybody's running out wide. Just look at that over the white line. Through Bodgeront, here we go into the bus stop chicane. Is there going to be an audacious dive from anybody? No, they all sensibly stick where they are for now, but into the pit lane there goes the Bentley. Macri not wanting any part of that anymore. Oh no, he doesn't come in the pit lane, sorry, he was just on the outside line, just being screened ever so slightly by the Audi, but not able to get through. So it looks like he did give it a go into the bus stop, giving it another go into La Source. Will he be a little bit more successful this time, as the Audi's battle in the background as well? The McLaren's been pushed out wide, Nowakowski loses out, and so does the other Audi of Wadlitz. They go side by side down towards Eau Rouge, and it looks like Simonini, excuse me, has been able to get through.
Yeah, that was pretty intense stuff, and up and over the curb, and Simonini's going to grab the position instantly on the McLaren as well. I didn't quite know why the McLaren was that slow from the run down La Source, but grabbed that position and instantly on the attack. Vedelijk is going to try and go around the outside just ahead of this, instantly on Simonini again. He's there, he's pushing it for WPS, he's just about going to do it, but Simonini says no, and GTWR R8G, who fought hard with that dive at La Source, are going to stay ahead. Got to cover it off on the run down to Rivage. So that's 2 positions in 2 corners for the GTWR squad. Said they were threatening to get themselves inside the top 15. Have certainly done so. And potentially Macri as well, as he started to pull away from that group. What an intense lap for them.
Yeah, absolutely, and great opportunistic driving as well from Simonini. He saw that Vedelijk was getting stacked up behind that battle in front, and so, you know, he wasn't going to get anywhere on the outside. He might have even went into the back of the Audi, so he's just decided to slip it down the inside anyway, see what would happen, and in the end he's got 2 places, because Nowakowski got really, really oversteery at the top of Radion, lost a lot of pace. Both Audis went through without argument at all, and so Simonini gains 2 positions, and this is getting very important now as we get down towards the 12 hours to go mark. We're just 25 minutes away from that. These positions are being hard fought over, because points are going to be very, very crucial in this championship. You're going to want every single point you can get, and no less the case than it is for the GTWR team here, trying to defend their 2020 title.
Yeah, it's an extra couple of points to move from 16th to 15th, so it is worth that move. And I know, 2 points, you know, how many, it's not that many, but obviously, you know, we'd all say that in the grand scheme of things, how many championships can you count have come down to a point or 2? Remember back last year, obviously, in something very different, when we saw a team's title come down to a whopping 0 points after 10 rounds of racing. You can get some very, very tight stuff, and in this sense, over a 5-round championship, every single point will matter. Maybe not for the World Championship, but more so for the odd little point here and there. Just grabbing whatever you can could gain you an extra position, and with the prize money up for offer, you don't want to say no to it.
No, definitely not. So that's why these guys are fighting so hard. And it goes back to my point a little bit earlier on. Would these guys be fighting this hard if these points weren't on the table in just under 24 minutes? The answer's probably no. And obviously this all makes it more exciting for us as viewers to watch. It just adds extra layers to the racing, as if we needed any more action to watch up and down the field right now in this race. It's just been fantastic from start to whatever we're at now, nearly 12 hours into this race. It has been really, really fantastic. But the fact that we're having points added in 12 hours into the race, it's just adding that extra layer. It's making people fight a little bit harder than they would earlier on in the race, and that is definitely a good thing for us.
Yeah, just a bit of a reminder as to how things work when it comes to the prize money here in the VCO World Cup. That prize money is dished out per race as well as over the championship in total, and this can come down to the positions inside the top 15, as well as a little bit for your pole sitter, as well as also your bit of prize money for the leader of each manufacturer. So say for example the Elvis Grattan squad, who are the lone Honda, they get their $40 each round. And then of course for the championship itself, a prize pool separated. It was $20,000 as the prize pool that's separated in half. 10,000 which goes 2,000 per round, and then you've got 10,000 which is for the title itself. $6,000 will go to the champion, and then $3,000 to second, $1,000 to third place. So it could be very, very important stuff for them as we're watching the 777 try and find a way through on the 27 Jean Lacey Esports Academy car.
Yeah, tried to go around the outside through Lecombe there, but it's not known for being manoeuvrable, as the Bentley is now down to the outside. It goes through No Name Corner, a bit more hip and shoulder between the two of them, as more defending from the 27. Good defending so far. Up the inside at Pouon maybe. Now this is a corner that the Bentley is very strong at, however not able to get through for the moment. Its long wheelbase does help through these high speed corners, but these guys both really pushing each other very hard at the moment, and they're going to allow the 11 Mercedes in on this if they're not careful. There you can see the Mercedes headlights in the background, along with a number of other cars trying to get involved. This is a very physical battle between these two, but the Bentley is trying to be squeezed into some very tight spaces that we don't often see, because it's just not that much of a manoeuvrable car really, but it's still trying the moves at least for 25th place.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting the feeling with a lot of these guys, it doesn't matter whether it's for 25th for the lead, for 34th, doesn't matter, they're racing hard, whatever the position. Main focus on the screen as we're riding on board with Vadelik, and he'll be sat there thinking, gosh, this Bentley again, man. Two people have flown past, one in one direction and one the other, and now I'm back with this guy again.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll be feeling like he's kind of stuck where he is at the moment. So 28 track limits violations, gets a drive through. Vadelich is going to be driving down pit lane in the not too distant future because of track limits. So yeah, that's really going to hurt them quite a lot, as down the inside goes the Bentley for Sim Racing Masterclass, the 777, who did very well actually in the first race, but not doing as well in this one. It's a big battle though, with the Ferrari involved, Mercedes as well, though that's an Aston Martin getting involved here, because it's trying to get through and lap these guys. But yeah, Vadelich there in the 28 is going to have to come down pit lane for track limit violations, and if you're getting one already less than 12 hours into this race, how many more are you going to get throughout this one? That would be certainly worrying if I was on that team.
They were warned by race control. They had received their final warning but continued cutting over Radion, and it's enough for race control to step in, give them a slap on the wrist and say no, not allowed to do that. Unicorns of Love, the car that's passed this group as they're lapping it, and still other cars to try and come through. The 27 of Santoro was being dived a little bit there, but no way through for, I believe that's one of the GTWR Aston Martins, trying to find his way through in all of this sort of chaotic moments. Say, people trying to lap themselves, people trying to get through, people trying to battle for positions as well, as everything's super tight here. And there is a little bit of a swap there. The Grip Hacks car that we're currently looking at, that's one for actual position as he gets by Santoro, courtesy of the lap traffic opening the door. That is about as opportunistic as you can get in this scenario. Next one to come through will be the 22 Rocket Sim Sport car as well. Might open the door once again for a further switch and maybe for Santoro to find his way back through.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the door was just kind of open for him there. All he had to do was just walk through it, really. That's one of the easier passes he will make in this race. But yeah, this is Luca Burke at the moment, the first of those who is not in an Aston Martin, and we have to give them massive respect for that one, because it looks like going well, pretty well at the moment for Rocket Sim Sport. They've got about 30 odd seconds on the car behind of Sean Arnold, who is sorry, that's an Aston Martin. I'm looking for the next non-Aston Martin, which is 35 seconds behind in the BMW. There you can see the number 62 behind. So yeah, leading the non-Aston Martin class at the moment. Luca Burke in 8th place at the moment as well. It's just changing around ever so slightly, comparing on where we are in the pit stop cycle, because every now and then we do see an Aston Martin all top 10. So yeah, we're not at that point obviously right now, but it does happen from time to time, and the Rocket Sim Sport car can be sent outside of the top 10, but yeah, for the most part having a great run.
Yeah, so a few teams are having a great run at the moment, one of them being the Rocket Sim Sport car, who've worked their way forward. Same with the BMW G2 Esports, but it's so easy to be like, well, all the Aston Martins are really overpowered, and so them leading is almost a bit of a, who cares? But they're all driving so very well. It just so happens that they've picked the car that works well for this track. As much as I'd love to sit there and be like, oh, it's easy, you can't really fault them for making that decision, because it's clearly working.
I mean, it's a season-long decision that you have to make in terms of what car you're going to choose as well. You can't just think, oh, you know, this Spa 24 hours, it's a big event, and yeah, it is, but you can't just pick your car based on this one. You know, you've got to be good over a season long, especially if you want to win the title. You've got to be consistent. So yeah, while any given race winner may not win the championship overall, it's a season-long commitment that you have to make to a car, and that's a great thing about ACC. Really, you're going to have good tracks, you're going to have bad tracks. It's going to change around the season, and yeah, that makes for a fascinating season that we're enjoying right now.
Well, very quickly then, Ewan, as you're approaching the end of your first 4-hour stint here at the Sim Grid, thoughts on how things have unfolded?
Yeah, I've absolutely loved it. It's the first time I've come to ACC for quite a while. I have done sprint racing on here before, but the endurance side of thing is not something I've really stepped into, but I'm absolutely converted. I've absolutely loved it for the last 4 hours. I'll be tuning in when I wake up in the morning to see how the final few hours unfolds, and yeah, I can't wait.
Another drive through panic for track limits, the number 38 Anna Freeve behind the wheel. Either way, that'll wrap us up for now. Broadcast will continue, of course. I've been Lewis McGlade, Ewan O'Leary alongside. There will be a little bit of a break on commentary before we return in the morning, 6 a.m, and you get to hear the lovely tones of one Mr. David Christie back in the booth for 6 hours at that point, all the way to the end of the broadcast. Dan Handover will be joining him in the booth, and I am back at 8 o'clock in the morning. Thank you so much for joining us throughout this race. Plenty more still to come in the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Spa. Don't go anywhere. Back after this.
As sim racers, we always want full focus. One single mistake might cost us the race. We're always improving our skills, our tactics, our consistency, being better than the competition. However, we sometimes forget to upgrade ourselves. That's why we created Q-Focus, an all-natural focus booster without caffeine. The formula is specifically designed to keep us calm and razor sharp during a race. My name is Alex. I'm a sim racer and the co-founder of the performance nutrition brand Callo. We want to empower sim racers to reach their full potential. Go to callo.com/simgrid to find out more.
Virtual.
In terms of said growth, obviously the viewers that we touched on before, what do you think that viewers could do to support the growth of sim racing if you know they were just the people that watched it rather than getting involved?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, they should keep on viewing it and watching it. I mean, this is a thing, and yeah, I mean, sometimes I think, okay, if we have 170,000 or 80,000, whatever, iRacing subscribers, and there's a big, let's talk of iRacing here, and then you've got an iRacing event, and if every subscriber would watch it, then you would have an esports event which would have higher viewership than a Rocket League match, at least, yeah, which has I don't know 100. So, but it doesn't happen. So I think. But you cannot ask people, please watch it, because you have to. I mean, I think that the community also, I don't know, maybe would do good in understanding that if they watch other series, this helps the whole sport or the whole thing, because there are so many. I think it's about, but you cannot, you just cannot work on that or tell people to do it. But this is a big goal, I would say, to activate the community itself a bit more, to unify for certain events. And this is also something which is important and which maybe VCO wants to do, that you give a bit of orientation and you help, or you help with the assessment, what is a big event, or what is an event that deserves maybe extra attention. And if the community manages to agree on this and say, okay, we accept that, let's say ERWC, or it could be any other event, it doesn't need to be VCO related, that this is a big event, and then you would, from the word go, or with just one finger snip, I don't know how you call it, you would have huge viewing figures, and this this is a bit of the danger, I would say, that it's all too fragmented. So you only have small bubbles. So you have a BTCC community, they are watching the BTCC races, but this really doesn't help sim racing as a whole. It just helps the BTCC cosmos. So I think this would be something where if the community could agree on pinnacle events, then this would be a good start, and then the viewing figures would be higher. And unfortunately, in the old marketing world, when we say, okay, which gives you the ability to give something back and to have high prize monies, or to do some trophies and to blah blah, just to spend money, you will need someone who pays something. And as long as this is real world series, this is good, but you need brands from the outer world as well. And then viewing figures are important, to be honest.
Yeah, that's it. And I think that, you know, with what sim racing tries to do, obviously we do it's simulation. You know, that's the reason it's called sim racing. At the end of the day, we simulate the real world motorsport. And if they, as brands and as, you know, I love the word cosmos for BTCC. You know, if an entire community or something could get behind something, or if a brand gets involved, you know, it then makes that definite tie. Because there are people that I know that enjoy motorsport and they don't have a clue about sim racing. Some of them don't even know it exists. You know, they don't have any idea that it goes on at this serious sort of level. They've not heard of ACC, iRacing, R Factor, any of the sims. But, you know, they'll know, like, the F1 games and so on that are a bit more, I don't want to say mainstream, but, you know, they're more based on console games and so on. They've moved over to PC quite well recently, but, yeah, there's still a bit of a tip of the iceberg feel about it with a lot of people that are interested in motorsport. But it's still quite an exciting thing to be a part of from this side, because we get to sort of see the people coming in as we once did, and it's, you know, you get that same feeling of, oh, how are they going to take it?
Yeah, and but I think it's a bit, I would say, interesting. I mean, sim racing community now asks the BTCC community to watch their races. You know what I mean? I think first the sim racing community should watch the races itself. You know what I mean? It's like then you have got so many races where you start a broadcast with, I don't know, 100 viewers or something, which is good. You know what I mean? But then it could be so many more, just out of the own community, because how should people from the outer world know about an event if it's not known within the community? And I think there we are, and that's why the SimGrid is so important, you know, where you have your own ecosystem of informing or people, you know, that you say, okay, next week there's this or that happening, tomorrow we have got this event. So it's about keeping the flow of information going, and there are so many races happening simultaneously, and this is the big challenge that sim racing gives all of us. Where do you start? What makes a sim race significant? You know, is it like having pros in there? Is it like having prize pool? Is it do you have a photo database for it? So what is it that really makes a series stand out? And I think I don't have the clue yet, but I think it's sort of a combination of things.
Yeah, and I think as well as series adopt different tactics for that, it's something that shifts as well. It depends on what a series is doing differently at the time of when they're doing it, if that makes sense. But I totally agree on that you know, you have to try and find a way for something to stand out. And I mean, I've had people unfriend me and unfollow me and unlike my page on Facebook just because I try and promote sim racing so much. I've got such a passion for it. Every single event I commentate on, I put something out there saying, oh, I'm doing this with so-and-so tonight, I'm commentating on this. You know, every day there's a post at the minute, and, you know, people are unfriending me because they're just, they don't bother, you know, but there will be one day where somebody sees that and goes, oh, this guy goes on about this a lot. You know what, I'll have a look. And they could look at it and they could enjoy it. And I mean, where I used to work before I quit and went full-time, there was a lad there called Jack Johnson, absolute legend, and he didn't have a clue about sim racing. He knew a bit about motorsport and cars and so on. I got him on it 3 weeks after starting work there. He'd bought a wheel and pedals and he'd got an iRacing subscription. So obviously something works with the promotion.
Yeah, I think sim racing has such a high potential to really fascinate people, and because it is so accessible and you can do it, and you can do it, you can join a race. And I mean, this is also what I really love about the big community events, and also about an iRacing special, for instance. I mean, there are 6,000 people, 7,000, 8, whatever the numbers are, simultaneously doing the same thing. And this is, to me, the biggest motor racing event in the world ever. So if you position sim racing as a form of motorsport, of digital motor racing, if it is an e-sport, then it's nothing. You know what I mean? It's like you have to really look for your perspective here. But I think it's fascinating. And if you would count all the, and here we get back to the viewing figures, by the way, all the big I would say research companies, they struggle a lot to give you the right figures for such an event, because if 6,000 people, let's say half of them are streaming on Twitch, and they have an average of 55 friends, and so these figures amount to huge figures, and you don't have them on one stream. This is what I want to say. So it is a huge audience, but you cannot count them, and so that's a different challenge as well.
Yeah, it's hard to gauge, and there's been multiple broadcasts that I've been part of where we've been like, oh, what viewing figures did we get? But it'll be restreamed to 5 different platforms, and you're thinking, well, we've got a few hundred on YouTube, we've got 20 on Facebook, 3 on Twitter, and it's like it just goes on, and then you think there's drivers in the series that are then it's so hard to gauge.
Then you wait for 1 week, and you have views on the videos, and you can so when do you look at it and count it? So this must not be the currency, to be honest. And this is also the part of the VCO approach. We just look at the content. We just want to produce pictures, videos, storylines, and so on. I think this is what needs to develop even more. And there we really try to help with giving people the chance to communicate it. This is what I mean. I mean, people take screenshots and they show videos when they are hit by another car and so on. But to make series standing out by also having a photo service and a video service and things like that. This is, I think, to me, a prerequisite to identify this event as outstanding, because you give people the chance to multiply the coverage and the communication.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, on that subject, obviously the drivers being the people that are streaming these things as well, they try and do their bit to promote it and help the growth of esports as well. Obviously we've discussed what the viewers can do. Is there anything more that you feel that the drivers could do?
I mean, basically, no. I mean, it's about if you look at the esports protagonists and players there. I mean, yeah, they are storytellers. They do silly things to entertain their viewership. I think sim races are a bit more. I would say, not all of them, but quite serious, and they do it, and afterwards they go back and live their normal life, because not so many, I would say, not so many of them are pros already, that they just do that. But I think to be open to be open for storytelling, to be open and to accept that we, at least this is my goal, want to turn them into sort of heroes. And I fully understand if someone says, sorry guys, I like to do this, and then I don't want to be a hero. I don't want to see pictures of myself in the newspaper. I just want to shut down my computer. Yeah, this is okay. But I mean, we launched this Show Us Your Face campaign where we asked sim racers to send us their portraits, their pictures of themselves, how they race, and because we wanted to add them to the database, just if someone wins and we want to show the guy who wins, then we don't have a picture of him. And I mean, this is unthinkable in real motor racing. I mean, we're always looking at motor racing, but then we don't have a picture of the winner, and we cannot show anybody how this guy looks like or this girl. This is something that we want to change, and I think that that it would be good that the community would be open for it. And if they are not, fair enough, but I think that sim racing needs that.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, we have it in the likes of, Formula One, where they've got these pre-recorded things of the drivers, where they just turn and like fold their arms or whatever else they do. It's not easy because everyone's all over the world. You're not physically at the event. It's difficult to get that, not just in the first place, but it's difficult to get that in a way that's the same for everybody, that fits a uniform. Now, I've got horrendous OCD with graphics and things like that on a stream. So, if you've got one driver that's got a really nice portrait of them in a team shirt and stuff, arms folded in the esports pose, as we call it, but then you've got one bloke and it's a picture of him and his wife on holiday in just a square, it looks a bit odd, but, not everyone has the ability to do the same sort of shots. And it's how we sort of react to that, because I've noticed more and more now, actually, that series have these photo databases, but of the cars, because that's the one thing that they can get hold of that is going to be the same in a controlled environment. If you get a livery pack for a series or something, and you get one of the organisers to go through, get pictures of every car, put it to a driver, you get pictures of the car on there. That helps people that are watching, because I mean, another thing in comparison to the real world motorsport is we've not all heard of everyone in this. We've not followed people in a real career, not in a real career, a real motorsport career to a top level, and we see a name on a board and we go, oh, I know who that is. You'll look at a sim race if you've not watched a series before and you'll go, I don't know who any of these are. But at least if you've got a little car there and you can see, maybe for example it's a bright green car on the graphics that says so and so in 6th place, you can then see the green car on screen and think, that's who that is, and then it's in there. I mean, there's this thing that motorsport fans have, and commentators alike. You see a car once, you know who it is, and that makes a big difference in the sim racing world.
Yeah. But you need to see them. You know what I mean? You need pictures to see.
Oh God,
them.
yeah.
You need tweets going out, and you need all that. And this is and seeing something has to do something with. Someone wants to show it, it's like the drivers need to show themselves to a certain degree, and I think it's also something. I mean, I think it's doable if you are a professional sim racing series or a professional or whatever this means. But if you have a certain budget and you can do things, I mean, if you try to convince your participants and you say, okay guys, we want to go for a green screen shooting, which is a bit of hands-on, but here's the briefing. So you take a picture of yourself in front of a white wall with this pose, and here's the pose. So the question is, how many sim racers are willing to do that? Or is this already maybe too far to say, okay, hey guys, I just want to do a sim race. I don't want to be a superhero here. So I think that, but this depends on the series, giving anything back. So if there's a high prize pool, or if there's a TV exposure or whatever, I think that the series also are allowed to have this self-confidence to ask this from drivers, because otherwise this overall product cannot work. You then you cannot grow anything.
Yeah, definitely. And again, coming back to like how that reflects in the real world of motorsport, you've got this sort of, I mean, I know drivers that have come up from the younger stages of motorsport and gone into the top end of things, and they have media training, they have loads of different things go on, and I think as part of a coverage for a series, drivers should now, especially with the level that it's stepped up even in sim racing, you should sort of expect to have to at least submit something or give a bit of info. And even if it's just, I've seen multiple special events where people would ask just a question, what experience do you have in sim racing, or what racing have you done in the real world before? Just having that little bit of background info on someone that you may not have heard of before, it helps people like me who are commentating on it. It helps broadcasters as well, because they know who the important ones are to look for. But yeah, I think as that progresses, drivers and teams should expect to just have to give that little bit more, especially with high profile stuff. Like you say, it depends on the series, but yeah, there is a lot of info that is needed like that.